Halo? Sudah, Bu. Belum. Nanti aja, Bu, mungkin. Halo, halo. Belum, Bu.
Oh, belum. Masih ada nih, Pak, 15.
Hostnya siapa ya?
Jadi 389.
Selamat pagi, teman-teman.
Selamat pagi, Prof. Apa kabar, Prof?
Alhamdulillah.
Sudah di rumah, Prof?
Saya sudah pulang 23 hari, Mas, di atlet.
Oh, udah sehat sekarang, Prof?
Alhamdulillah sudah negatif.
Alhamdulillah.
Swab yang ketiga negatif.
Alhamdulillah, Prof.
Lalu saya pulang 3 hari sebelumnya masuk Ibu Lili Wahid. Lili Wahid itu adiknya Gus Dur. Jadi memang lagi pandemi.
Mas.
Ada suaranya, Pak. Kan mau buka yang tadi kan. Ini suaraku masuk tuh. Yang buka yang tadi mana? Sini. Buka. Kalau mau nutup dulu gimana, Pak? Kalau mau nutup dulu supaya nggak kelihatan. Itu ada. Sini.
Nanti nih stop video sama audio.
Ini net tuh tinggal pakai. Berarti di mute kita tuh, tinggal gini doang.
Ya disuruh mati lagi tak.
Di unmute aja. Berarti tadi kalau ibu ngomong nggak terdengaran.
Iya, nggak apa-apa.
Sorry. Dun.
Assalamualaikum Prof. Din.
Assalamualaikum Prof. Din, sehat?
Alhamdulillah Bu Sri, apa kabar?
Alhamdulillah.
Assalamualaikum. Wilujeng
Ibu.
Prof. Din.
Sudah lancar Bu.
Wilujeng Prof. Din.
Alhamdulillah ya Allah ya Tuhan.
Assalamualaikum Pak Din.
Kasadana. Alhamdulillah ya Allah ya Tuhan.
Damang.
Suantena lop-lop.
Pagi Pak Bas.
Pagi-pagi Bos.
Sehat semua?
Sehat, alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah.
Alhamdulillah. Sehat ya.
Gimana Prof. Din? Sehat?
Assalamualaikum, Prof. Sehat? Atur nuhun.
Antos we ada sami-sami ieu teh. Ieu teh nuju milarianina background-na supados ada seragam tapi teh can aya nu ngintun.
Assalamualaikum semuanya. Selamat pagi, Prof. Din. Apa kabar?
Waalaikumsalam. Selamat pagi, Bu.
Ya, Pak Yogi, Pak Cepi.
Oh, diri nembak doaan dia.
Itu bener. Ya bener ya. Dia anak Tuhan.
Nah, siapa?
Kamu kan sangat semua juga.
Siapa? Siapa? Siapa?
Dagi ya. Maksudnya foto kayak gini loh. Gini. Nah, bukannya Ravan lah ya. Headset Ravan lah. Mana silakan. Apa?
Ini. Ya.
Sing posisikan kali foto lo ya. Marin. Kita beli ya. Marinem Zoom. Bisa ya, kuis ya. Dan itu ya.
Pagi. Pagi. Halo Pak Yogi. Halo. Pak Yogi. Pak Yogi. Halo. Halo.
Ya, Bu Neda.
Oke. Suara saya terdengar dengan jelas kah?
Kecil.
Halo?
Kecil, Bu Neda.
Udah terdengar dengan jelas ya?
Dengar Bu, jelas sekali.
Oke, terima kasih.
Ya lah, tolong kulitnya kayak lah. Penasaran nih kok. Penasaran.
Cek, cek. Cek, cek. Cek. Cek, cek. Cek.
Oke Pak, sudah bagus suaranya Pak.
Bisa didengar suara?
Bisa, bisa.
Bisa,
Cek,
bisa,
cek.
semua bisa.
Oke. Wajah terlalu besar ya?
Mungkin dari sononya besar, Pak ya.
Cukup, Pak, cukup.
Halo, Pak Ahmad.
Halo, Ibu Hana.
Suara webinar?
Nanti baru saya lihat lagi untuk HP itu. Mas dulu sebulan nempel.
Itu.
Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning, good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Is my voice is clear for all of you? Apakah suara saya terdengar dengan jelas?
Yes. Clear.
Jelas.
Baik, terima kasih. Thank you very much. Now we
Ya,
have selamat pagi, good morning to we have a head of Center for Curriculum and Book Affair, Mr. Maman Faturrahman, PhD. Good morning, sir. And
Good morning, thank you.
good morning, all the audience. I think we will start the meetings. This webinar is about 10:30, right? Is it 10:30? Yes, is it 10:30? Good morning, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Welcome to the webinars. Respectable, the head of Center for Curriculum and Book Affair, Mr. Maman Fatur Rahman, PhD, and Honorable the Head of Agency for Research and Development and Book Affair, Mr. Toto Supriyato, PhD, Honorable the Mr. Ainun, welcome, sir. Secretary General. I'm so sorry, ladies and gentlemen. Would you please?
Oh ya, selamat pagi, Bu.
Yeah, would you please to turn off the microphone, please? Thank you. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Neda. It is awesome and precious for me to be your master of ceremony this morning. On Tuesday, December 15, 2020, in our big event, international webinar, National Curriculum, Unity, Diversity, and Future Trends. Before we start the webinar today, allow me to read the agenda for this morning. And the first one, we have listened to National Anthem Indonesia Raya, followed by Pray, led by Gus Hamka, and then summary report from Mr. Maman Fatur Rahman, PhD, and opening speech from Mr. Toto Supriyato, PhD. Ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite all of you to listen National Anthem Indonesia Raya. Thank you. And the next ones, I would like to invite Gus Hamka to lead us with prayer. Gus Hamka, time is yours.
Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Before we start to seminar, let us pray to Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala. The mercy is the very essence of mercy. A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahirabbil alamin. Hamdan syakirin, hamdan na'imin, hamdan yuafi ni'amahu wa yukafi masidah. Ya Rabbana lakal hamdu kama yanbaghi li jalilika wa 'azimi sultanik. Allahumma salli ala Sayyidina Muhammad tibbil qulub wa dawaiha wa afiyatil adhan wa shifaiha wa nuril absari wa diyaiha wa quwwatil ajsadi wal arwadi wa ghudaiha wa ala alihi wa sahbihi wa sallam. Allahumma ya Allah la tada'lana damban illa ghafartah wa la hamman illa faristah wa la aiban illa satartah wa la maridan illa syafaitah wa la hajatan min hawaijid dunya illa qadaitaha ya arhamar rahimin. We are blessed by Allah as our Lord. Ya Allah, give us blessed knowledge and give us good understanding. O God, open to us your wisdom and pour your mercy, as your mercy is the very essence of mercy. Dear Lord, give us your knowledge and your sustenance for the understanding. Make us belong to the community of pious people. God, expel us from the darkness of prejudice. Glorify us with the light of understanding. Open the understanding of knowledge to us and open to us the door of your grace, of the most merciful ascent. In the name of God, really we beg you for beneficial knowledge, good fortune, and acceptance of deed. Ya Allah, remind us of what we forgot and teach us what we do not know. God, thank you for your blessing, so we could understand about what we learned. Please bless the teacher who taught me. Thank you. All praises to you, our Lord. Oh Lord, praise you for everything that you already have taught. Let us use it when I need and keep in our mind of eternity. In the name of Lord of the universe. Oh God, so as the truth also we follow it, and so as the deception, so we can get away from it. Our God, make our knowledge peaceful one. Teach us anything that benefit us and keep us in the straight path of yours. Praise is only for you in every circumstance. Rabbana atina fid dunya hasanah wa fil akhirati hasanah wa qina adzabannar. Subhana rabbika rabbil izzati amma yasifun wa salamun alal mursalin walhamdulillahi rabbil alamin. Assalamualaikum. Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Thank you, Gus Hamka. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to invite Mr. Maman Fatur Rahman, PhD, the head of Center for Curriculum and Book Affairs. Mr. Maman, time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Neda. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. And good morning for all. Alhamdulillah, may Allah Subhanahu wa Ta'ala, the God Almighty, blessing us with a good health and always protect us in our daily life. Thank you to our Prof. Ainun Naim, General Secretary of Ministry of Education and Culture, Pak Toto, PSD, Head of Research and Development Agency and Book Affairs, Director and Head of Center throughout the Ministry of Education and Culture. Ladies and gentlemen, it is my pleasure to meet with all of you virtually in this prestigious academic event to brainstorm and to heavily discuss one of the important things in education, the core of education called curriculum. Curriculum is ubiquitous in many fields of education. Throughout curriculum, the government, together with academicians, educators, teachers, scientists, specialists, and other stakeholders from educational, religious, even political organizations, building the future of generation through national and international connected education system. Thank you very much to our keynote speaker that already joined us in this prestigious event, Prof. Randall from Akara, Australia. He will explain to us about how flexible learning can be implemented as one of good practice that maybe in the future we will be able to implement in Indonesia. And also to Prof. Rohaida about the future change and challenges, and also Dr. Jerome from Philippines that will explain about innovation and technology in regard to curriculum and book development. We also have a speaker from our partner in Indonesia, Prof. Said Hamid Hasan, Prof. Din, and other that some of you also included as parallel session in this a good event. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure for me to meet with all of you to discuss and to share many things that we have together, because by working together, by making collaboration, we hope that we can build the future of education that will be good in regard to Merdeka Belajar, in regard to a good teaching and learning in the future, and also for a good Indonesian people. Ladies and gentlemen, we also will have some direction from Pak Toto, probably around 9 in this morning, to explain about the direction about how in the future Ministry of Education and Culture will be part of dynamic of education culture, will be part of the global civilization, will be part of the innovation in teaching and learning, will be part of many things that probably we will be as a civilization in the future will be good for us and also for many people here. In regard to this event, by saying Bismillahirrahmanirrahim, this international webinar on curriculum is officially open. Thank you very much, and we hope we have a good discussion. We have a good output that can be disseminated and also can be implemented in the future. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much, Mr. Maman. Terima kasih, Pak Maman. Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, now we would like to invite our General Secretary of Ministry of Education and Culture, Professor Ainun Naim. Sorry. Time is yours, sir. Kami mohon kesediaan Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan, Profesor Ainun Naim, untuk memberikan sambutan maksud saya untuk kegiatan pagi hari ini. Kami persilakan, Pak.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning. Semoga kita semua dalam keadaan sehat. Bapak-bapak dan ibu-ibu yang saya hormati, penelitian dan pusat pertumbuhan, Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan, all the speakers and participants of this seminar. Alhamdulillah kita dapat melaksanakan seminar berkaitan dengan kurikulum, dan ini adalah sangat penting. So this seminar I think is very important, especially in the time of so many challenges. More importantly, the challenge about the pandemic COVID-19. Di samping itu, di samping tantangan mengenai pandemi COVID-19, sebagaimana kita ketahui, banyak sekali perubahan yang didorong oleh adanya perkembangan ilmu pengetahuan, teknologi, dan inovasi. Sehingga kurikulum harus berubah agar supaya pendidikan kita dapat menghasilkan anak-anak yang siap untuk menghadapi tantangan-tantangan masa depan. Sebagaimana kita ketahui, Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan telah mempunyai satu strategi baru yang berpusat pada konsep Merdeka Belajar dan Kampus. Yang mana tujuan akhirnya antara lain adalah untuk atau mengembangkan pelajar Pancasila. Yang mana karakteristik pelajar Pancasila ini adalah pelajar atau manusia yang beriman kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa, punya karakteristik atau punya karakter kreatif, ya, kritis, kemudian juga berkebinekaan global, menghadapi tantangan ke depan. Selamat melaksanakan seminar, ya, insya Allah ini akan bermanfaat bagi kita semua. Terima kasih, selamat pagi, wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi.
Terima kasih Prof. Ainun. Bagaimana Pak? Apakah Pak Toto sudah bersama kita?
Beliau sekitar jam 9, Bu Neda.
Sekitar jam 9. Baik, ladies and gentlemen, now I would like to invite our Secretary of Agency for Research and Development and Book Affair, Mr. Suhadi. Please, time is yours. Bapak dan Ibu, kami persilahkan Pak Suhadi, Sekretaris Balitbang, untuk memberikan sambutan. Dipersilakan, Pak.
Baik, terima kasih Bu moderator atau pembicara. Yang kami hormati Bapak Ainun, Sekretaris Jenderal Kementerian Pendidikan dan Kebudayaan, Bapak Kapus Kurbuk, Bapak Ibu hadirin semua, Pak Toto juga selaku Kepala Balitbang. Alhamdulillah, puji syukur mari kita panjatkan kepada Allah Subhanahu wa taala karena pada pagi hari ini kita semua diberikan sehat sehingga kita sama-sama dapat mengikuti acara seminar terkait dengan kurikulum ini yang sangat penting dalam keadaan sehat walafiat. Tidak panjang lebar, saya terima kasih kepada Bapak Kapus Kurbuk yang telah menyelenggarakan acara seminar ini. Semoga acara seminar ini memberikan manfaat yang lebih besar dan tentunya perubahan-perubahan yang ada atau perubahan yang terjadi pada saat ini dan ke depan ini menjadi bagian nanti harus diantisipasi dengan baik bagaimana kurikulum yang ada pada saat ini bisa mengakomodir secara keseluruhan perubahan-perubahan tersebut dan bagaimana juga kurikulum yang akan datang barangkali nanti ada gambaran-gambaran menyempurnakan yang ada sehingga kurikulum yang ada nanti bisa atau sesuai dengan tuntutan perkembangan zaman yang ada, bagaimana menciptakan generasi emas kita yang lebih baik dan lebih maju lagi. Demikian, terima kasih. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you Pak Suhadi, terima kasih Pak. Baiklah, Bapak Ibu, sebelum kita melangkah ke acara selanjutnya, kami mohon kesediaan Bapak Ibu untuk, sebelumnya I would like to greet our great speakers this morning. Good morning, good afternoon all the speakers. Have a nice, hopefully you can join this webinar. Oke, baik Bapak Ibu, kami mohon kesediaan Bapak Ibu untuk mengaktifkan video untuk pengambilan gambar terlebih dahulu. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please to start video? To take a picture, please. Sekali lagi, Bapak Ibu mohon untuk mengaktifkan video untuk pengambilan gambar. Baik, apakah sudah siap? Mohon info kalau sudah. Pak Anissa. Oh.
Sudah siap.
Sambil menunggu persiapan pengambilan gambar. Good afternoon, Prof. Robert Randall.
Hi, how are you?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Very well, thank you.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for joining us here and welcome to the webinar.
Thank you.
Yes, it's really great for us to have you here.
And for me to join you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And then the next, selamat pagi, good morning, Prof. Hamid, Prof. Dean.
Good morning.
Selamat pagi, and Mr. Jerome.
Good morning.
Yes, Mr. Jerome T. Buenfe. Is that correct? I'm so sorry. I'm not really.
It's yeah.
How to spell it? How to spell your name? How should I call you? Jerome or Jerome?
Jerome.
So good morning. Good morning, right?
Good morning.
Good
Yes.
morning, Mr. Jerome Buenfe. Is right? Is correct?
Buen viaje.
Buen viaje. Oh, I have to learn it more about this one. Thank you so much. Thank you for joining with us. The next, I would like to greet Ibu Miss. I have to schedule first. Professor Rohaida Mohsaad. Good morning, Miss.
Good morning. Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you for joining us. Thank you for joining us. And then I think it's all. It's ready for the photo session? Yes? Good. And then we have also Prof. Yes. Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum, Prof. Hamid. Apa kabar?
Selamat pagi, Assalamualaikum.
Apa kabar, Prof?
Alhamdulillah.
Tidak bertemu.
Alhamdulillah. Iya. Selama ya. Oke, terima kasih banyak.
Iya, betul, Prof. Prof. Din, Assalamualaikum. Selamat pagi. Terima kasih sudah bergabung bersama kami. Baik, I think we need to wait for the head of Agency for Research and Development and Book Affairs, and Mr. Toto will join us at around 9 a.m. this morning. So, saya ingin menyampaikan rencana kita agenda kita pada hari ini setelah plenary discussion yang akan ditampilkan di screenshot. Siang nanti setelah pleno, kita akan pembagian room. Kita ada 6 room di sini. Silakan Bapak Ibu bisa menyaksikan di screen layar Bapak dan Ibu. So, Mr. Randall, Mr. Jerome, I would like you to, this is our schedule today, the agenda for today. So after the pleno, we have like discussions, room discussion, the small room for discussions. And there are 6 rooms. So each room will discuss a different interesting topic, I believe. Right. Jadi Bapak Ibu partisipan dalam webinar ini dapat mengikuti room-room yang telah
Happy birthday, Madam.
Hello. Halo, yes. Jadi Bapak Ibu partisipan nanti bisa bergabung di room-room yang telah disediakan sesuai dengan interest Bapak dan Ibu. Dan kegiatan kita ini secara keseluruhan akan berakhir pada pukul 17 waktu Indonesia Barat. So, the agenda for today will complete at 5 p.m. today. Okay, Pak Maman, would you like to say something for me while waiting for Pak Kabalitbang, please?
Yes, thank you. Terima kasih Bapak dan Ibu. Jadi pada pagi hari ini mungkin seperti halnya kegiatan seminar secara akademis. Jadi kita ada beberapa narasumber yang alhamdulillah sudah join bersama dengan kita. Thank you Pak Rob. A good chance to meet with you again. Bu Prof. Rohaida, Dr. Jerome. Maybe it is our first virtual meeting with you, but we hope that we can continue. We can continue in making collaboration in, especially in curriculum, research, and maybe publication in the future. Juga terima kasih pada rekan-rekan sekalian dari berbagai sekolah, berbagai perguruan tinggi, dan kepada mungkin juga para peneliti di luar kedua kelompok lembaga tersebut. Terima kasih atas kesempatannya. Jadi insya Allah secara total dari hasil seleksi kita ada 38 artikel yang akan disajikan Bapak Ibu. So we will have around 38 parallel session speaker selected from many submission to this event. Actually, this is the webinar event. The webinar event, which means that due to the pandemic COVID situation, so this event conducted in online. Usually, the Pusat Kurikulum and Perbukuan, the Center for Curriculum and Book Center, implement or conducting this event in face-to-face, but due to this pandemic situation, we held in online. But we hope maybe in the next year, in 2021 or maybe later, we will be able to conduct this event in maybe like face-to-face meeting or maybe hybrid session, because we would like to attract many ideas, many research publication and many things that we hope that it will be rich and it will be benefit not only for the ministry but also maybe for education and also for Indonesian people in the future. Mungkin sementara seperti itu Bu Nada. Ya silakan, mungkin bisa dipersiapkan untuk sesi akademiknya sambil berjalan ya. Untuk Randun silakan mungkin bisa di-share di chat ya. Jadi supaya teman-teman bisa melihat terutama tentang pembagian roomnya di sana nanti.
Baik, terima kasih Pak Maman. Thank you, Mr. Maman. Ladies and gentlemen, Bapak Ibu yang terhormat, kita akan membagikan kembali pembagian room hari ini. Mungkin bisa ditampilkan? Yang akan di-share roomnya. Oh, oke. Okay. Siap, Kiki apa Anissa? Oh, Kiki. Untuk memulai acara. Okay, right, ladies and gentlemen. Before, now we come to the speech first, and then, like I said before, I would like to introduce our great speaker this morning. The first is Mr. Robert Randall, PhD, the former CEO, Australian Curriculum as Assessment and Reporting Authority. The next one is Professor Dean Wahyudin, Head of Himpunan Pengembangan Kurikulum Indonesia. And then the next is Professor Rohaida from University of Malaya. And then Professor Hamid Hasan from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. And the last, Mr. Jerome T. Buangpe, PhD from University of the Philippines. And let me start for the first. I would like to invite Mr. Robert Randall, PhD, former CEO, Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting. And then,
Bu Neda,
yes,
Pak Toto sudah join.
right.
Alhamdulillah.
Okay.
Enggak, langsung aja Pak Rob. Langsung saja Pak Rob, supaya nggak hilang waktu.
Oh ya.
Sorry saya, langsung aja Pak.
Welcome Pak Toto, selamat datang Pak, terima kasih sudah bergabung. So ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Miss Kiki and Miss Sinta will join us with the moderators. Dear moderators, time is yours.
Thank you, Bu Neda. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you so much for joining us today in our plenary session and our international webinar in Puskurbuk Curriculum and Textbook Center, here with the team National Curriculum, Unity, Diversity, and Future. I hope everybody is doing well and stay healthy. We will start with the first session here with the lovely Robert Randall, PhD. We will discuss about the flexibility of learning. Before Mr. Randall can start, maybe I will introduce him first. So Mr. Randall here is the former CEO of the Australian Curriculum Assessment and Reporting Authority, or as we better know, ACARA. Oh, please tell me if my voice is not clear enough. Robert here is also the advisor of Inovasi, the Innovation for Indonesia School Children. And right now, he's also assisting Balitbang, Research and Development and Books Office for our curriculum development. So I will say hi to Robert first. Okay, since this is a formal event. Hello, Mr. Randall.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Nice
and
to
good
join
afternoon.
you all.
Good afternoon to you
that's right.
too.
Yes.
Yes, we've met a few times, Mr. Randall, right? So,
yes.
So it's really, really lovely to see you here, and thank you so much for joining us.
It's very kind. Thank you.
Yes, Robert, and how are you, Robert?
I'm well. I'm joining the meeting from Sydney, and here in Sydney, it's a nice day. But working from home still, so that's a good thing to be doing though. But the technology allows us, and to all the people here, it's great to be able to join you, and hopefully in a little while we'll be able to have some discussion, although it'll be a bit harder online than maybe if we were all in the one room, but let's see how we go.
Okay.
Hello,
That's
Pak.
lovely.
Tok.
Okay, so I may have some missetting here since I put really not so lovely background and covering my head. So I'm sorry. I will cover my video first. I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Robert, maybe you can start now for the presentation. You will have around 30 minutes to present. Is that okay? Are you ready for now?
I am. Can I just check, I could share my screen from here, but I don't have permission, or else
okay.
If I could get permission, I can share my screen.
Yes. Can the host please give Mr.
I've got
Randall?
it now. Yep.
Okay, that's great.
Thank you. Bear with me while I...
Yeah, the mic is yours, Mr. Randall. Go
Thank you very much. me see which one. Now, can you just confirm what you can see? Can you just see my Zoom screen or my presentation screen?
Presentation screen.
Yeah, we can see your presentation.
Great. Okay.
Yes, you can see it.
Thank you very much. Too many screens open at this end. So can I start by just thanking everybody very much for this opportunity. From my point of view, it's a continuation of discussions that I have had over the last 12 months with various people in Indonesia, mainly in Jakarta. And each time I have come to Jakarta and Indonesia, I've enjoyed the discussion, because what I have found is while there are some differences between our systems and our countries, what is absolutely common for all of us is our desire to improve learning opportunities for young people. And it's with that experience and friendship with a number of people in this meeting today, but also with that commitment and interest in improving learning for young people that I come today. And I hope what I will do, as was just said, I will go through some slides and then hopefully take some, maybe some questions. So the topic that I chose was flexibility of learning. It's an interesting and good discussion to try to work our way through. And now I've just realized that I need to...
Rob, I'm sorry.
Yep.
I think your presentation is not in full screen.
Okay.
Yet, so
let me just see, maybe. Sorry, I'm going to unshare and come back. Sorry.
Okay. Or if you need assistance from us to share your screen, just tell us.
Let me. Is that full screen now?
Okay, we're still waiting.
Yes,
Yes,
it is.
that's lovely. Yes.
It
Thank
takes
you,
a
Rob.
few. It takes a few seconds to get from Sydney, I guess. So, okay, sorry about that. So now I'm just trying to find my buttons. Where are my buttons gone? Okay, so now I've got the question of flexibility of learning. If I was there, I would say to everybody, think about what flexibility means for you, because I imagine, firstly, in English, it means something to me. The translation in Indonesian may mean something else, but it's flexibility of learning, I think, is an important thing. I think flexibility is something we often talk about, but it is an issue for us to focus on and to develop some shared understanding about it. So I'm encouraging everybody now to, when you think about flexibility, this topic, you know, what comes to mind for you? When I think about it, I have in mind, it may mean flexibility in what to teach. It may mean somehow that people can think about what they want there's flexibility in what they want young people to learn or to teach, and that takes us to the curriculum. It can also mean flexibility in how we want young people to learn or how we want teachers to be able to teach. And that goes to what flexibility do schools and teachers who are responsible for organizing and delivering instruction and teaching, what options and what degree of flexibility do they have? And I think the other one that I think is also important is flexibility in approach. That is the approach of the young person. What's really interesting, I think, is the assumptions that young people make about their ability to learn sometimes. And I will finish by touching on some recent information about that, but it goes to student attitude and belief. So if I was there, I would have said, which one of these three I might have asked for hands up, which one of these three came first to your mind? And did anyone else have a different interpretation? So maybe for the questions, if you have a different interpretation, as long as I allow enough time for questions, you could share with me your other interpretations of this. But before I get into this, I want to also get into some background, just to cover some pieces of background. What I bring to this, I guess in any discussion about flexibility, these discussions are not dichotomous, one state or another state. All of these discussions, I think, are about how can we improve things. So when we talk about flexibility, it's not flexible or not flexible. It's in what areas and for what purposes may we want to improve flexibility. And this little diagram I get is from a McKinsey report a number of years ago, which was followed their study about improving school systems and their focus on improvement. And so it's true, whether it's with students or teachers or school systems, a focus on improvement is, again, not a matter of good or bad, there or not there. It's a matter of where are we now and how can we improve things. And I like using this slide. I also like using this slide because McKinsey found that wherever systems are in their improvement journey, and wherever they're thinking about interventions to take them from their current position to a new one, there were some common interventions that are taking place in those systems. And that right-hand column lists some of them. And I know in the work that I have been doing with Balabang and Pak Totok and Pak Maman and other people in Indonesia through Innovasi, we've had good discussion around curriculum and assessment, and there's other discussions going on about improving the quality of teaching and teachers and school leadership. And I imagine many people, the 300 and more people involved in this seminar, will bring an interest in one or more of these different features. But this slide I take as a reference sometimes when we're talking about flexibility. I'm wanting to reinforce flexibility for what purpose? Flexibility of learning, what do we want to achieve out of it? Which ones of these things will we need to address if we want to increase or provide greater opportunities for flexibility? I also want to focus on core business, whether it's an education system in Australia that I have been involved in at a national level or in Australian states or territories, or whether it's a discussion with people in Indonesia or elsewhere. Education systems are there to do the best they can to fully develop young people's capabilities, irrespective of their background, their circumstance and the like. And so what we all know is our societies, our communities, our countries will be better off individually, the people and the country overall, as we can improve education. The well-being of individuals will increase with their education, and through that also the well-being of our countries. So in this presentation, I guess I'm also starting with that reminder, that obvious reminder, this is what we're focusing on. How do we improve education outcomes for young people? One of the things that I've been really interested in previous jobs in Australia is this notion of talking about and being conscious about what are the range of factors that influence learning. One of them, pedagogy, the art of science and teaching. And there are many people here. I don't know, there's too many here for me to know, but I imagine many of them, whether they're teachers or whether they're researchers or educators, often they'll be thinking about how to improve the quality of teaching. And pedagogy is that term that we use, the art and science of teaching. How can we do that? And then the other factors are, how can we work to improve our work with school community, school leadership, organization of the curriculum. And so in some sense, my memory of physics is trying to figure out which levers can we use to exert influence on student learning. What the research is pretty clear about, though, is that of all the things that schools can control, and they can control some, but not everything in terms of what young people bring to school, what they can control is the quality of teaching and learning. And research says to us that of all of them, the quality of the teaching and learning of the pedagogy will most directly and powerfully affect the quality of student outcomes. And again, the reminder here, when we talk about flexibility of learning, it is that core business of teachers is taking a curriculum, taking intentions, taking objectives and translating them into really rich and meaningful learning opportunities for young people. So that's a reminder, I guess, for me, what systems are about, but also what we're trying to do. Now, if I go to my next slide, as I go through the discussion of those three factors, those three considerations we talked about, flexibility of what we want young people to learn, how they're learning it, and also their approach to learning, I'll just use this curriculum as a reference. This is Australian curriculum. This is, you can see this on the Australian curriculum website. And certainly what I know is all the great work that's going on in Indonesia to improve and build upon the curriculum that exists in Indonesia. You know, I hope that maybe in 12 months' time, I could be using an Indonesian example, but this is one with which I'm more familiar. And the Australian curriculum here says, so I'm going to use science as an example and reflect upon this during my discussion. Firstly, the science curriculum in Australia, you can see year 5, year 6, year 7. Depending on which background you bring to bear here, you can have a look at this and imagine maybe a group of year 6 students that you may be preparing for to teach tomorrow. But what we've sought to do in our curriculum is set expectations for what we want young people to learn. So if I had a group of year 6 students, the curriculum, in a moment I can have a look at it and I know that it sets expectations for those young people. What we've also sought to do is present it in a continuum as a progression, so that even though they are all year 6 students, some of them actually may be past year 6 expectations. Some of them may be working on year 5 expectations. But so the curriculum is written to say, here's what we want young people to learn. And here's, we've presented it in a way that will help you identify where they are at, and then to decide how they might improve. The Australian curriculum says, here's some achievement standards, and here is some content descriptions. So if I go to the next slide, the idea in the Australian curriculum is to say, by the end of year 6, and that's how we've written them, students are able to do these things, are able to, I'm just reading from there, students compare and classify different types of observable changes to materials. They analyze requirements for the transfer of electricity. So when we read that, we get a sense of what young people will have been taught, and also we get a sense of what they need to know, understand, and able to do at the end of year 6. The question that arises here, though, is there any flexibility here? And so the question that we come back to, and this is where I'm starting to go to my different perspectives, is this something that we would like all year 6 or grade 6 students to know? Or can we be flexible about it? And who would decide that? What flexibility is there in these sorts of descriptions about what we want young people to learn? If in Australia or if in Indonesia we have the curriculum correct, if it's right, if it works well for teachers, for our community, our society, should there be flexibility in what we want them to learn? The next slide, when I go to, is just, again, another illustration of the Australian curriculum, where we take the content and unpack it a little bit more. So we say to teachers, in order to realize that achievement standard, here is some content that they need to deal with and learn. And this is a case of science inquiry in the Australian curriculum, and in the work that I know is being done in Indonesia. There is a focus not just on understanding science, but knowing and learning how to do science. And a key feature of science and humanities is inquiry. And so in the Australian curriculum, we say we want everyone to learn these sorts of things, to learn how to question and predict, to learn how to plan and conduct things and experiments and activities. So again, the question here is, if we're thinking about what we want young people to learn, how much flexibility is there? So let me just go to that question now in terms of my presentation. Let me go to this next bit. Flexibility in what to learn and teach. So here I'm asking you to think about, if you imagine a curriculum with which you are familiar, and it has some expectations in it for young people, maybe by the end of the primary years, maybe by the end of SMR, SMK, it doesn't matter whichever, but if it's got expectations, do you think there should be some flexibility in what young people are being taught? And who would make that decision? So from my point of view, curriculum standards, and that's what we use and what exists in Indonesia, are there to make some of these things clear, to make clear what all young people are expected to learn, and also to provide support, some advice to teachers about how to teach. Now, the question that I posed a moment ago is what flexibility? In my view, there is limited flexibility. There should be limited flexibility in what we want, in what we've set out for young people to learn. From a national point of view, be it Australia or Indonesia, I would have thought if we have developed our curriculum well, if we've consulted with it and there's agreement, this is what we would like for all young Indonesians to learn or young Australians, we shouldn't really vary that expectation. We should say, this is what we want. This is an expectation, ideally, that if all young people were able to achieve these standards, the country, the individuals and the country are going to be better off. So there's a clear sense there that we do want, if we've set the curriculum standards right, it's what we should be striving for everybody. And we shouldn't vary our standards. There shouldn't be too much flexibility in setting standards. Noting, of course, for students with disability and in other circumstances, there may be some variation, some adaptation of those, but not a wholesale change, or amendment in those standards. So I'm asserting here, from my point of view, if we develop the curriculum well, if there's consultation, if we take account of research, then there shouldn't be a lot of flexibility in what we teach or what we expect young people to learn. The second point, though, the point that follows from that, though, is there should be some flexibility in a little bit of how that curriculum is delivered. If we thought about that science example that we had a moment ago, if we want young people to learn how to conduct experiments, if we want young people to learn about inquiry approaches in science, the context that they use, the circumstances of their own school or their local community should vary. And I will make the argument in a few moments' time. In fact, it's really important that there's flexibility there, because we know through research that if we choose issues and problems that are relevant and are meaningful to young people, through which they can learn their science, through which they can develop their inquiry skills, that is a positive contribution to learning. Young people today, I think it's true probably in Indonesia, it's true in Australia. If I stood up in front of a class as a more elderly gentleman in the Australian community and said, that I grew up last century, which is true, and talked about all the things that were of interest to me when I was a kid, I'd lose probably the concentration and the attention of many young people in my class. But what I did learn when I was teaching is if I can make my mathematics, and I used to teach mathematics, that relevant and meaningful to young people, then that's more likely to lead to learning. So here, in terms of what we want young people to learn, the content, the understanding, the skills, if we've got the curriculum right, I don't think there should be a lot of flexibility in that. But the context that are used, the context, the issues, the problems that are used to develop that teaching, to deliver that teaching, there should be flexibility in those. And teachers need to exert their professional role to decide what's going to best attract and engage young people. Now, there's a challenge for teachers, because it's not the problem that's of interest to them, it's the problem and the issue that is of interest and meaning to that young person. So there is a question there that where we need some flexibility in this. One of the things I just want to take as an example to elaborate on this a bit more is the notion of, in terms of what we teach. In our current curriculum development challenges, be it in Indonesia or in Australia, we're caught up with the volume of content. We're caught up in the challenge of, can we deal with the disciplines that were there last century when some of us learnt, and what we call 21st century skills that we want for young people today. And sometimes, if I think about flexibility, some people in some countries have said, we want to focus on these 21st century skills, these general capabilities. My understanding, from my experience and my understanding of research, that's a false decision. You need both. One of the things we do want to develop in young people is problem-solving skills. In order to become a good problem solver, you actually have to have deep understanding of the disciplines that you are learning, that you are being taught. Now, the challenge for us then is to understand whether it's in mathematics or in science or in geography or in our language, in Bahasa or in English, what's the really essential learning? How can we get that down to an important core piece of learning so that we can develop these 21st century skills like problem solving? And problem solving is one that we'd want more and more for young people. And it is clear that we know the research says, while I might be an expert problem solver in mathematics, that doesn't automatically mean I'm going to be a good problem solver in science. I actually have to have sufficient understanding of science to become a problem solver there. So that goes to the question earlier on about how much flexibility and who decides. Curriculum developers have got a challenge for themselves. But the question here I was looking at is what flexibility and what to learn. And at the moment, I'm asserting limited flexibility in what we young people learn if we've got the curriculum right. But there should be significant flexibility in the contexts and issues and problems that are used to teach that deep understanding, those skills. And the challenge is for teachers to be able to make the right decisions, and we have to support teachers in doing that. I'll go on to my next dimension, flexibility in how to learn, to teach. There is more and more research becoming available in how to deal with this. In Australia, we have the Australian Institute of Teaching and School Leadership, and we have sets of teaching standards. And the Institute is set up to try to improve across the country the quality of teaching. And like the things I said earlier on, they've described these standards across 4 levels. But it's clear we're saying if we want to focus in on how, and we assume we want to create flexibility in how to teach, we need to have teachers who are skilled in this space. And so the teaching standards in Australia, here's just one of them, that they understand, they learn through their training, they improve through their practice, understanding of how students learn. And so this is a description across this row of the standards in this one from they have some knowledge and understanding of research when they graduate from training, all the way through to they have skills and capabilities to lead processes for evaluation of the effectiveness of programs. So we're expecting our teachers, as they start out at a graduate level and as they continue to build their capability to work across here. As I said earlier on, standards being set to say, here's where I currently am, and to think about how I can improve. The next standard hits here, which goes to, again, flexibility. The standards in Australia clearly argue that we want teachers to be able to differentiate. So this is, on this question, flexibility in how to teach, we expect that they have the responsibility to actually do that. We expect that they will identify the needs of young people and to be able to respond to them. Now, again, the challenge here is how, with a group of 30 students, more or fewer students, how do they manage that? Again, that's the challenge. And I said earlier on, at the core, it's the challenge for teachers. They are the ones who are going to fundamentally make the difference for young people. But this standard here in front that I've got here on this slide down here is about differentiating to meet the needs. And so there needs to be flexibility. Flexibility in the curriculum, so it's not too crowded. So there's room for them to learn, room for them to move, and adapt and adopt their teaching strategies. So there's clearly a focus there which reinforces the expectation about flexibility. One of the other things, if we focus on pedagogy as a core business, one of the things I just want to call out here and then talk about a little bit more, in Australia, research from the University of Newcastle has led us to, in some states, adopt this model of pedagogy. And the argument being there that knowing the importance of pedagogy, it is worth trying to systematize the key elements of it. And so this model is basically saying that if you teach in a way that promotes intellectual quality, if you teach in a way that promotes quality learning environments, and if you teach in a way that makes explicit to students the significance of their work, that's those 3 columns in this diagram, evidence is clear, learning will improve. Now, I just will take a moment to sort of say, so here's a question, if here's a model, what flexibility am I assuming here? So here's an example. This model is saying you need substantive communication in your class, a teacher to actually help young people learn better, to deepen their understanding of what they're being taught. The teacher needs to regularly engage young people in getting them to talk about the concepts and ideas that they are encountering. So in a maths class, if I was teaching some ideas of space or measurement or geometry, the model is saying I need to engage them in discussion about what they've learned. It's not simple enough for me to say, here's a textbook, here's an exercise, go away and practice it. I will deepen their learning if I engage them in that discussion. Now that requires flexibility by the teacher. That requires flexibility of an approach by the teacher to think about, how do I engage young Robert here, or Totok there, or Maman there? How do I engage all of them in a deep and meaningful way? Similarly, student direction. The research says if students are able to exercise some direction in the selection of activities and some direction in how learning will be organized, not totally, not running the whole class, but exercising some direction, they buy ownership, they buy participation in the work. And so the model, the research says their learning will be deepened if they can exercise some direction. Now for a teacher, that's often a challenge. How do I I can't have 30 students running the class, but pedagogically, I need to think about ways that I might invite them. If we were going to do a science experiment, I might say to young Robert there, well, what thing would you like to study? And you might form a group with some of your friends, your colleagues in the class, but it's giving them some opportunity to engage in and deepen the learning. They've just heard me talk about maybe in a maths class, some mathematics, and I want them to apply that mathematics into a real situation. Giving them some engagement, some ownership of that, the research is saying will increase the understanding, will increase their opportunity to clarify what I've taught them, to deepen their learning of it. The last one here, just this one across on the right-hand side, significance, background knowledge. We know through the research that if we, in a maths class again, when I used to teach mathematics, if I was able to take what I'm teaching today and build upon what they had learned previously, their prior knowledge, if I was able to build upon some things they're interested in outside, for example, my son, maybe he's football, he's really keen on football. Can I make the mathematics they're learning connect to his background knowledge that was taught last year, last week, but also in terms of what he's doing outside of school? Now that requires flexibility as a teacher, because if I've got 30 people, I've got to be thinking about what do I know about them all. But we know, and again, the research is clear, and research in Australia reinforces that. And some recent research was talking about a 20% increase in maths, 20% gain in maths learning over a year, where this model was applied successfully compared to standard teaching. I'll go on here because I'm just dealing with flexibility in how to teach. And in that space, I'm saying there has to be a fair degree of flexibility assumed by the teacher to make sure the learning applies and is relevant to young people. But I also recognize that assumes capabilities of teachers that may not always be there. So we have to find ways of building their confidence and capability. Now, the last one was flexibility and approach. This is this idea, and this is now focused on students. I've talked about flexibility in the curriculum, flexibility for teachers, flexibility in other spaces. I was interested to read in an OECD report just recently from the 2018 results, but this was an a country note for Indonesia. And they were observing that in a majority of students across OECD countries have a growth mindset. They measured that, they assessed that by saying, getting them to respond to a statement, your intelligence is something about you that you can't change very much. Your intelligence is something you can't change. And a majority of children disagreed or strongly disagreed. A majority there. So whereas in Indonesia, 29% of students actually, only 29% disagreed or strongly disagreed. So here, if we're talking about flexibility here and we want young people to learn, if their mindset is a bit closed, if they have a closed mindset about their own ability to learn, that's going to make it really hard for me as a teacher to actually work with that. So we need to think about what are ways that we can help young people open up their minds to realize they can learn. Now, pedagogically, we can often do that by reaching out outside of school and saying, well, look, here's where you have improved your skill in this space. Here's how you've improved your skill here. I'm sure it's possible in the classroom. And this is the point. Professor Jeff Masters, who's CEO of the Australian Council for Educational Research, just recently did some work in New South Wales on curriculum, reflecting on some of the points that we're talking about here. But his point was where learners believe they are capable of success, they're more inclined to make an effort and persist with their learning. So a challenge for us here, again, is not only flexibility in what we want young people to learn and how it's delivered, we also need to make sure that the young people in our school, that we're doing something to help them be open and flexible in their attitudes, not have a closed mindset, be willing, if I use the Australianism sometimes, of have a go at their learning. And now this then goes to work on motivation. And you can dip into the research on learning. And one that I like going back to every now and then is the report, How People Learn by Bransford and others. And they then talk about motivation. So here, if we want to be able to help young people be flexible in their approach, be open in their approach, we need to do things which actually gets at motivation. And that's where I've touched on this earlier on, making learning meaningful, working with others about that. And one of the things I've been talking with people in Puskur and in other places there is about project-based learning. If you take, or project-based teaching, if you take an issue, if you develop young people's skills in an area, if you develop their understanding in somewhere like science and mathematics, and you say to them, well, now let's use and apply that in a problem or issue that's of interest to you and the community where your school is. That approach to teaching, a project-based approach to teaching or a project-based approach to learning, can improve their motivation, improve their interest, and improve the depth of their learning. So having touched on these three questions and noting just where I'm up to with time, I just want to return to the question. Is there flexibility of learning in learning? The answer is yes, there is. There has to be flexibility. I don't think it's flexibility so much in what we want them to learn, especially if we've got it right, but there has to be flexibility to improve the quality of teaching and engagement of students. Now, the teachers there will know great examples where it has worked well for them and their young people have lent in and got really enthused and interested. That's what we have to help teachers do more of. We want flexibility to improve the quality and extent of student progress and attainment. The research is clear that if we can adjust the pedagogy, if we can engage young people, if we can be flexible in our approaches to teaching, in our organization of learning to meet young people's needs and interests, we can make a difference in their progress and then ultimately in their attainment. And the focus here is we want flexibility, but with a focus on the learning expectations for all students. And so I finish where I started somewhat by saying there has to be flexibility in how we go about teaching. There has to be flexibility in young people's minds. And while the curriculum is one way of creating opportunity for that, building teachers' capabilities in building their confidence in how they organize learning is a key consideration there. But that will all pay off when we improve the learning outcomes that we want for young people, be it in Indonesia or be it in Australia. I'm going to finish there. And if we've got a few moments, maybe take some questions or comments. As I said, it'd be great if we were there because I could actually see everybody and I'd know where the questions are coming from. But maybe if people, the moderator could handle that, I'd be pleased to take some questions. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Rob. It's a very insightful presentation. Thank you so much. Before we begin our question and answer session, we will have 15 minutes for the discussion, and I will maybe give summary for your presentation before Rob. Okay, so from what I gather, there should be different perspective on flexibility. It is in what to teach or to learn, how to learn or to teach, and in approach. And well, the goal is, of course, to fully develop the capabilities of the students and also taking the objective into rich and meaningful learning. So in what to learn or teach, there should be there should not be too many flexibilities in the standard, if I heard it correct. So there should be limited flexibility in what we want young people to learn. We have to set the same expectation for all the students, and the standard has to be clear, not too flexible. But what is flexible is more on the approach. I hope my voice is still clear because I hear some echo here. So yes, so the flexibility is in the questions, in the context, and the issues that the students might explore. Okay, and then for the flexibility in approach, there should be the main point is the students' motivation. So we have to grow the growth mindset for them by put a belief in them that they are capable of success, and we have to give the learning environment a safe place where they feel belong and explore their interests and capabilities. And there should be a flexibility in learning. So from your point, I get it that there should be flexibility in learning, and it's for improving the teaching and for student progress, and also the focus is in learning expectation. I hope that's correct and summarize your presentation, Rob.
That sounds great.
Now, yes, thank you so much, Rob. So we will begin our discussion here. Okay, in the chat column, I have seen some of the questions. Okay, we start with the first question, Rob. So how does the teacher can facilitate flexibility in learning? What is the examples? Maybe can you give some of the examples for the best practice in classroom, maybe, or in school?
So if we talk about, and I'm just looking at I'll just zoom out on the chat. So if we're talking about the notion of practices, let me reinforce the decision should be on the best practice should reflect what you're trying to achieve. From a mathematics teacher's point of view, and I think even in learning language, it is entirely appropriate to teach young people for teacher direction and to get young people to practice things. We know in an area like mathematics that There are some skills we want them to learn. We know, if you like, in terms of cognitive load, we want them to practice them and get them to the point that they are just ready. They're automatic skills. So in mathematics, some of the teaching practices for some of that content may be to develop practices that help develop the automaticity of those. However, if you want teachers to, if you want young students to solve problems, you can't just do those same simple techniques. You actually have to then structure their learning. You need to think about, and there is some examples in that model that I referred to, and there is some examples in the curriculum that I pointed out in terms of science, the inquiry skills. The first step is to ask questions. Now, young people are really good at questions. That's the great thing about very young people. Sometimes they stop asking questions when they're a bit older. But how do we work with them to frame questions in a particular way? How do we learn them to sort of frame questions in open and closed ways so you can actually develop their capability to develop those and then work your way through to answers of them? So again, it's hard to say here a whole bunch of practices, but my main point, my first point is, I'm not saying total flexibility. Focus on what you want to learn, what you want young people to learn. Have a look at the research that's around and see what's the best advice there, and then use those approaches. Flexibility, the point I was making about flexibility is that we can't assume that all 30 people in the class are all at the same point, all with the same interests. So that's a key point where flexibility has to kick in. My last point, though, is one of the great things about schools is there typically teachers together working with similar groups of students. And my encouragement would be, find ways, if you're a teacher of a grade 3 in a school and maybe there's another grade 3 class in that same school, work together to think about what worked well, to think about what your students were interested in, because we know teachers working together, reflecting upon their success, will help them improve.
Okay. Thank you, Rob. I'm sorry, Rob, maybe you can finish your share screen first so the audience can see you clearly.
Thank you.
Yes.
There we go.
Okay, that's lovely. Okay, Rob, we'll move on. Maybe I will summarize the points of your answer. So how to balance the flexibility. So it's in the structure of the learning, and teacher should focus on what the students want to learn, and then find way, work together with the students. So involve the students to work together in creating what is fun and rich, also meaningful learning. Yeah. Is that correct, Rob?
Yep.
Okay. All right. We will move on to the second question. So, okay, how does the teacher? Okay, I will take some points from the questions here.
There's some great questions.
Yes, there are so many questions. They are really excited with your presentation, Rob. So, okay. So how does the teacher and the school should accommodate this flexibility for students? Okay, wait. I think it's quite similar with the first question. So I'm going to move on to the next question. Okay. Right here. I'm sorry. I'm going to need some time.
If I picked one, there's a question there which I think is a good one about and I won't get all the names right, but there is a question, more explanation about flexibility of what to learn, teach, the delivered curriculum versus national content standards of the curriculum, written idea. And I guess that's a great question, because if that's okay, can I pick up on that one?
Yes, of course, Rob. I'm looking for that question actually, but
so
take too much
it was at 147. So the question there is the national standards, what we would like all young people to develop. So that's, if you like, a what. Now, my point, and I repeat, if we've got them right, we actually want Indonesians or Australian children all to work towards those things. It's not a matter in Australia. Some of you, if you're a geography of Australia, my children go to school in almost central Sydney, in the inner part of Sydney. But I want the young people who go to school in Alice Springs in the middle of the Northern Territory to be able to learn the same things. So my view is, if you've got those standards right, then they should be the same standards. But how my son and daughter are taught in Sydney should be dramatically different, because the context, their environment within which they're living is different. So if we were teaching, kids in Alice Springs, their environment, their home background is significantly different. So that's where some of the flexibility comes in. Equally though, and it's in some of these questions, we're having in Australia some great discussion. I don't know how many, I'd be asking right now, how many people here are maths teachers in the audience? And I'd say one of the really interesting things, and then I'd say, who was taught trigonometry when they went to school? I was taught trigonometry. Actually, there's some strong arguments to say we don't need to teach children trigonometry anymore. Actually, if we take that content out of the curriculum, we can create some more time for deeper learning. Why did we learn trigonometry? Because we needed it. We needed right angle mathematics and right angle trigonometry for surveying and for measuring and everything like that. These days, we have technology that can do all that. So which bits become the essential, the important piece of mathematics, and which bit are we teaching just because we learned it that way and we think it's a good idea? And the test for us is relevant. So the point about national content, the national has to be reduced and as simplified as possible, that which you want all young people to learn, so that you give more time for the flexibility, the adaptation, the deeper learning at the local level. So that's an answer, I think, in that regard. And I guess reinforcing the challenge though, is when we're reviewing and simplifying curriculum, we have to look forward, not back to how we were taught or what we thought was good in an area like mathematics or something. And that's where we need to take account of how the content has changed and look for what the new content, not new content, because it's the same in mathematics, it's the same mathematics, but to sort out and to simplify the curriculum. And I know that's a real issue, and many people in this audience are working on that in Indonesia. Did you get another question there?
Okay, so maybe from Mrs. Ina, about the teachers' quality. What do teachers should have in order to accommodate the flexibility and the way to put different contexts of learning in Indonesia? Maybe we can take that.
Yeah, that's a good. If a teacher is going to be flexible to deal with the individual needs of young people, they need to know what they're teaching. They need to have a good confidence in the subject or the area that they're teaching. They also need to have some understanding about how young people learn, how people learn, how our brains develop. And the science in that area has grown so much lately. We know so much more now about how we've learnt, how we learn. My reference to growth mindset is an example of that. We're observing that some young people appear to have a closed, we've got to figure out how do we open their minds. So the teachers need to know what they're teaching, that is the subject matter, and the art of teaching, how to go about improving it. Now we can add into that assessment, they need to know about different student backgrounds. There's a whole range of other things they need to know. But then I also want to reinforce that they can't know all that when they graduate from training. They will continue to learn on the job. And that's where it's important to have good leadership in principles. And my answer to an earlier question, the ability to work alongside another teacher to hone the craft. Expert teachers aren't experts on day one. The really good teachers have honed their craft after 4 or 5 years. Now, in that regard, some work, and again, I know there are standards in Indonesia and there's work being done to set them out so that not just a standard, one standard, to actually develop levels of standards so you can focus on improvement. Again, because as human beings, none of us mind a challenge, but we've also got to see something that's achievable and work towards it, and then some celebration that we've got there, and then keep learning and keep moving. So teaching standards is an important piece of work here. But again, like the curriculum for young people, it has to focus on the really important points that make the difference. And I'm arguing at least two: knowing your subject area, and two, knowing how young people learn. The psychology and the neuroscience of that is something that people should continue to improve their understanding of.
Thank you, Rob. That's really helpful. Okay, I think there's one more question that is really interesting and really contextual for us right now, about the flexibility in learning during the pandemic. How do we implement that, the learning during pandemic situation, and how do we assess the flexibility in assessing that?
This is a tough question, and I want to start by just acknowledging the work of teachers who have, whether they're in Australia or Indonesia, who have, in these really challenging times, have worked to maintain young people's learning. So I just want to acknowledge that, because that's fantastic. I think it's also worth just saying that I think many teachers and others will have risen to a challenge. If they're kind to themselves and positive, they will recognize that this pandemic has presented them with some challenges that they have more often than not stood up to and actually done better than maybe they did before. And I think that's at the heart, that's a key thing for them to recognize. Now, in the pandemic, and while the teaching continues to be there, and luckily in Australia, my children can attend school, though they've just started holidays today, so they're on a summer vacation. But for a while longer, maybe in some places, schools are going to be closed. So it is that notion of trying to deliver education. Sometimes it may be virtually in a way that we're doing this conversation here today, or it may be by more basic means in terms of delivery of paper. And I understand that both of those and others are operating in Indonesia. So I guess it then comes back to decisions to really focus on the core important things. And so what are some strategies about helping that? An example that comes to mind for me is reading. Reading is such a, if I had a group of young children in front of me, maybe, I'd be working on ways that I encourage them to keep reading. Because even if I couldn't be there with them on a close basis, I'd be saying reading is so vitally important. And I'd maybe be encouraging them to think about how they go and find an adult to read with, go and find a friend to read with. So I'd be looking at strategies. Just keeping them reading will be important. If I think about mathematics, again, there will be some things they can keep practicing, but maybe there are little activities and exercises that they could have a go at home so they can keep practicing their mathematics. But so my point is, firstly, just acknowledge the challenge that teachers have had, and well done them for taking on that challenge and continuing to commit themselves to a really important job. Secondly, while the pandemic's on, is to narrow down. Don't imagine you can do everything that you were doing when you had them all at school and you had them in that more manageable environment. So maybe narrow down what you're focusing on, maybe, and then think about how you can get other adults in their space involved as well. It's hard sometimes for parents to take up the responsibility, but maybe older siblings, others around can help them with their learning as well. But it's hard, again, to, if it was a particular context, we could be more specific, but I think broad strategies like that maybe are helpful.
Okay. So stay motivated, the teachers should stay motivated and keep motivating the students, and involve the parents to make strategies. Yes, okay.
Yeah.
Right.
I think all of us, the pandemic is a challenge for all of us. It's hard, we all need to keep motivated.
And stay healthy, Rob.
That's right. That's right.
Okay, sadly, ladies and gentlemen, our session with Rob has to finish. So, Rob, lots of the audience here would like to be given your presentation. Is that okay with you?
Sure. The one I sent through is there. So yes, happy if you want to share that. And I'm always happy if people, we could work this out later through the directorate or others. If there are other questions, maybe we can think about how we could, I could respond to them maybe, over the next few days. So you and I might work out how we could do that maybe.
Okay, yes, our team will regulate that, so no problem. So before we will move on to the next speaker, Rob, maybe you have a few last words to end our session. Please go ahead.
Just my last words again, I think it's what I said again a moment ago, acknowledge the efforts that teachers are making. The important thing in terms of the important difference is made in that quality of teaching in the classroom, that the difference that teachers make is fundamentally important, and them knowing their subject matter and them improving their understanding of how young people learn over time is fundamentally important. And then how we organize the curriculum, how we organize assessment, how we organize other things should reinforce that. So I guess that's a proposition I make. I'm interested if people disagree, but that's a proposition that we bring to bear, and that's been reflected, I think, in the discussions I've had with others. And then the last thing, Boo, is just to acknowledge, thank you everybody for the time. That 300 people get together to talk about these important things, I think is fantastic, and I just commend the organisers of it. It's a great thing, and I appreciate the opportunity to be part of it. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rob. You're most welcome to join our next session. Yeah, please feel free. Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your attention. I hope you're still stay tuning for our next really wonderful speaker. So I will say hi first to our next speaker will be Professor Dr. Din Wahyudin, Head of Himpunan Pengembang Kurikulum Indonesia and Professor at Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia in the program Curriculum and Education Technology. Prof. Din.
Ya, Assalamualaikum
Prof. Din.
Mbak Rizky.
How are you, Prof. Din?
Oke, alhamdulillah.
Semoga stay healthy ya, Prof.
Fine, thanks.
Yeah, so always stay healthy for Professor Din and your.
Inshallah, all of us stay healthy.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. So Professor Din will talk about the what is happening in our education right now, the issue of Merdeka Belajar, freedom to learn. So Prof. Din, please enlighten us in what is actually the freedom to learn. Gitu. Seperti apa kita bisa menerapkan Merdeka Belajar? How can we implement Merdeka Belajar and and all things about that. Please, Prof. Din. Okay, Prof. Din, do you need?
Okay. Assalamualaikum. Yes, I will operate my PowerPoint.
Okay.
It is okay, so I can share the screen.
Ya, silakan Prof. Din.
Okay. Okay. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Hopefully, my voice can be heard clearly. Yeah, alhamdulillah. Thanks to all to have a chance for sharing ideas concerning with the hot topic in Indonesia today concerning with Merdeka Belajar in national curriculum context. Ya, walaupun semua hampir 90, nearly 99% are participant from Indonesia. Let's we talk in English, and then in some explanation in bahasa Indonesia. That's okay, Miss Rizky.
Of course, for
okay, my agenda today, at least, yeah, mainly I will talk with the essence of Merdeka Belajar as a strategy, as a concept today. So when we talk about Merdeka Belajar, when we talk about education, in general, in every country, the need of nation to develop and to be sustainable depends on the quality of human resources and their ability to innovate. So in this case, the quality of human resources depend on the quality of education as well as their motivation to learn and develop. As Randall presentation just now, we have heard how the importance of flexibility of learning. So it means in teaching learning situations, a motivation to learn and develop, it is very important. In this fast-paced changing global world, education shall be a comprehensive, sustainable, and continuously evolved to merely challenge in the present and future time. So long life learning should always be the main value that should be sustainably developed in national education system, included in Indonesia. Nowadays, in Indonesia, many efforts have been implemented in improving the quality of education. As we can see directly, currently the Ministry of Education and Culture Affairs has promoted an education policy concept named Merdeka Belajar. So Merdeka Belajar literally meaning is freedom of learning, but actually it is not a freedom actually, but literally mean Merdeka as freedom of learning. It is the program that nearly all satuan pendidikan school in the whole of Indonesia has worked hard how to prepare and implement Merdeka Belajar. And in higher education institution, the same thing, Merdeka Belajar and Kampus Merdeka are the program for higher educations. So in school as well as in higher education, the community of school, community in the campus do how to prepare, how to plan Merdeka Belajar and Kampus Merdeka in a properly way. So the concept, actually, the concept theme is inspired, one among others, by education system from Ki Hajar Dewantara. So in this paper, I will try to discuss the two experts in education, one from Western expert and one from Indonesia. We see the concept system that's inspired concerning with Merdeka Belajar. So the Merdeka Belajar concept is expected to liberate education institution and provide solution for students to be more creative and innovation. So in this point, I think the concept of Merdeka Belajar not a freedom, but how to encourage teachers, head teachers, or school community to liberate atau untuk memperkuat and provide solution for student, provide student to be more creative and innovation. Jadi kata kuncinya adalah Merdeka Belajar itu adalah upaya yang sungguh-sungguh dilakukan oleh sekolah ataupun oleh guru untuk apa? Untuk menjadikan siswa lebih kreatif dan inovatif. That I think the point of Merdeka Belajar concept in terms of teaching learning process here in Indonesia. So the program give a chance for teachers and to have more autonomy to manage his or her classes. So that is the point, I think, why Merdeka Belajar is is given by the ministry in order the school community are able to develop and to implement curriculum in properly way. Here is the sense of Merdeka Belajar. I quote from the ideas of the ministry, Makarim 2020. The Merdeka Belajar is the program that is designed to improve student literacy and numeracy. Currently, our energy, the Ministry of Education and Culture has prepared the program of how to improve literacy and numeracy. Teachers are free to choose any learning method that they deemed most suitable for their student. And this may give more space for innovation. So I think it is the means of free to choose any learning method that teachers believe it will improve the learning process in his or her room, her school, compare with the situation of the student itself. So the essence of Merdeka Belajar is to unlock how to open the full potential of teachers and students to innovate and improve their teaching learning quality independently. So the keyword of independence, I think it is very important. That is the point of Merdeka Belajar to let teachers and students do innovatively prepare teaching learning in order to improve the quality of teaching, so students have a powerful and learning experience rightly. So in this case, autonomy in teaching mean not just following the system of bureaucracy. So autonomy is teaching, again, not just following the system of bureaucracy. The system of bureaucracy, it is one regulation that should be followed by all teachers in teaching process. But in addition, autonomy also encourage how to carry out innovation in teaching learning process. In other words, I believe autonomy in teaching mean all teachers not just to follow the direction, not to follow the guidelines only, but also encourage with his own belief in what way they carry out the innovation with considering the characteristic of his or her student in his own classes. Jadi kira-kira pemikirannya seperti itu. Nah, sekarang when we see the regulation come from the Ministry of Education, Merdeka Belajar derived from this regulation. First, the replacement of National Standard School Exam. The government has declared that this year there is no any USBN, no National Standard School Exam it will be replaced by school assessment. And the government now have prepared how national standard, how national assessment can be developed with 3 kinds: minimum competency assessment, character survey, and learning environment survey. That is the 3 activities, the 3 programs that has been prepared by the government and the related stakeholder in order to have a new program in Merdeka Belajar. The third one, the simplification of lesson plan. So it means teachers have flexibility. Again, have flexibility, have room to simplify lesson plan. Also, there is a guideline from the government, at least lesson plan should consist of the goal, the targets, content, how delivery system, how and assessment. The third one, the last one, we can see a new regulation, zoning regulation of new student acceptance. So it means new students in all schools in Indonesia using the system called zoning regulation of new student acceptance. That's the 4 program has been promoted by the governments at the beginning of the years, and every satuan pendidikan has already prepared how to implement it. I think this is one of the essence of Merdeka Belajar. Let's see the first one, National Standard School Exam atau USBN. In 1990, the government has decided that National Standard School Exam will be replaced with National Assessment, and it will be held in school. What does this mean? It means, again, school community, teachers have full responsibility how to assess their own student. Assessing student competency can be done in form of written tests or other form assessment developed by school, developed by teachers, or in forum KKG, for instance. So they can develop many kinds of assessment, like portfolio or assessment in group as well as individual assessment. So in this case, teacher and school are more independent in assessing student learning outcome compared with the USBN, the National Standard School Exam, where the materials are prepared by the center and the province level. The second one, national exam. The government has declared in 1991 the UN national exam will be changed to a minimum competency assessment, character survey, and learning survey. Although it is still debatable, in some cases, how national exam can be replaced in 3 characteristics of a program like minimum competency assessment, character survey, and learning environment survey. The government has decided why minimum competency assessment is given to in this year. It talk about how important literacy competency, numeracy competency, for young generation in preparing the new era, the new 21st century skills. That is literacy ability, literacy skill, ability to reason about and use language. How language can be expresses ideas in order to manage innovation, for instance, to manage ideas to express to others. And numeracy skills, the ability to think by using mathematics. So it is very important for kids, for young children, in order to improve the numeracy skills in daily activities led by teachers in teaching learning process in school. The third one, characters, good characters, profile Pancasila learners, mutual cooperation, diversity, creative, innovative, collaborative, do well, believe to God, for instance. That is characters that should be possessed by all young generation or people in Indonesia. And the third one, concerning with simplification of lesson plan. It is also still debatable, but teacher can freely choose and create, use, and develop their own lesson plan format. But the government has give stress 3 guidelines. The 3 core components, the other components are complementary and can be selected independently. But the core components should be learning objective, learning activities, and assessment. So there is a very simple lesson plan, and teachers can stress in preparing teaching learning activities in real practice in school. So there is no reason again. Teachers are very busy in preparing lesson plan and do unreluctantly teaching learning in school because they are so exhausted, for instance. The last one, zoning regulation of new student accept. There is formula given by the government, zoning paths, 50% minimum, affirmation path, minimum 15%, displacement path, minimum 5%, and path of achievement. But actually, I think it is the most important thing is the path of achievement only from 0 until 30% depend on the adjusted of local condition. So in this case, I think the government has give more autonomy to the region, province and district, and to have authority to determine and final proportion and define a zoning area. Equitable access to a quality of education need to be accompanied by others initiative by local government such as teachers distribution. So I think it is the other side of Merdeka Belajar. So not only to give chance for teachers to teach freely in his or her own classes, but there are 4 regulations should be done by school as a government policy with school tadi. Yang national standard school exam will be replaced with national assessment, and national exam will be changed with 3 part of survey: minimum competency assessment, character survey, and learning and environment survey. And the 2, there is the simplification of lesson plan, and the last one, zoning regulation. But in some cases, zoning regulation also give more challenge for, especially for teachers, because in in the new year calendars, some teachers have difficulty because they find misalnya ada dalam satu kelas itu ada 30 person, 30 orang with a variety of learning experience. Ada gap yang luar biasa tentang prestasi belajarnya, hasil belajarnya. Ada yang fast learners, dan ada juga yang slow learners, because the new student regulation mostly come from joining part. Yeah. Nah, the third one, we are talking about the concept and theory of Merdeka Belajar rather than the policy of Merdeka Belajar, as I have mentioned from the government. When we talk about Merdeka Belajar, at least in this discussion, I will only choose the two thoughts, the dua pemikiran, two inspirational figures. Yang pertama, Elaine B. Jones, ini dalam bukunya Contextual Teaching Learning. She is a famous teacher, and many learning strategy has been adopted from in our teacher in Indonesia, which called CTL, Contextual Teaching Learning, and her ideas has been adopted in process of teaching learning by all teachers, mostly in Indonesia. The second one, I chose the inspirational figures from Ki Hajar Dewantara. Jadi beliau Bapak Pendidikan yang hari kelahirannya diabadikan sebagai Hari Pendidikan Nasional with the topic of pendidikan yang memerdekakan. Let's see one by one how Merdeka Belajar inspired by two theory or two thought of the two famous figure here. One, contextual teaching learning. Ini developed originally by Elaine B. Johnson. Yeah, here is the book Elaine B. Johnson tentang menjadikan belajar itu mengaksikan dan bermakna, karena contextual teaching learnings promise to conduct, to develop teaching learning in a properly way, joyful approach, so everybody are happy, everybody have their own teaching learning, and then they develop. So teaching learning is done in a very natural way. According to Elaine Johnson, contextual teaching learning consists of three principal core. The first one is interdependence, ketergantungan. Jadi ketergantungan, it means encourage students to work together. Interdependency means some people can do well without the others. So here is the spirit of collaboration has been introduced in daily activities, and it is related with the spirit of 21st century skill that should be stressed on four C's, 4C, communication, collaboration, creativity, and critical thinking. There is interdependency. So the point is how teachers can manage, can prepare that teaching learning process can be implemented in the spirit of interdependency. The second one, self-regulation. In this case, teachers, the position of teachers managing, give managing and give to facilitate student, so the student can do themselves with self-regulation, self-discipline, and the target can be achieved in the proper way. The third one, differentiation. We know that everybody is very unique people. If we have 10 students or 20 students, we have 20 different characteristic of student in terms of interest, way of learning, and then motivation. So make student, the teachers should prepare how to manage different type of student, and then they can develop their own in order to achieve the goal we have achieved. Nah, according to Johnson, ada 8 elemen of contextual teaching learning process. It is the spirit, in my mind, it is the spirit of Merdeka Belajar. Jadi how the teachers freely to manage the classes and considering what way the approach they need, the approach they do, in order the students are able to collaborate, students are able to do effectively, to learn effectively. At least, according to Elaine, there are 8 elements should be considered. Yang pertama ini meaningful connection. Meaningful connection in terms of the topics we are going to present. Makanya ada apersepsi. Misal apersepsi is the bridge as a meaningful connection between the subject we have expressed and the subject or the topic we are going to present. Secondly, collaborating. It is also related with 21st century skill, as I have mentioned. Collaboration is one important ability should be possessed by students in order they are having success in daily life in the future. It means collaborating exercise should be developed in the classroom. When students are able to collaborate properly with their own the other student in classes, it means they have started to do collaboratively, and hopefully in the future time, collaboration spirit is a kind of way of life for them. They do not choose to be one-man show, for instance, to be believe to he or himself, but collaborating is very necessary for living in the community. Critical and creative thinking. It also related, I think, with the 21st century skills. And the point is how teachers have a chance to encourage students in daily activities, daily teaching learning activities, to have critical thinking and creative thinking. That is mean higher order thinking skill should be developed in the process of teaching learning skill by preparing materials, preparing methodology and strategy that leads student to have ability stably in critical and creative thinking. The next, reaching high standard. I think we have 8 national standard in education. So reaching high standard, as mentioned by Ellen Johnson, relatively kita telah punya standar nasional pendidikan. Nah, 8 standar nasional itulah yang saya pikir it should be guideline for us how to develop teaching learning activities by considering, let's say, the first one, standard of graduate, the standar lulusan. Jadi, by having much concerning with standar lulusan, the teachers prepare what strategy, what content should be prepared in order to achieve the goal, the standard of tadi lulusan graduate, apakah itu SD atau SMP dan seterusnya. The other standard, for instance, standard EC, the content standard. It means how teachers think themselves to develop the content suitable with the standard, suitable with teaching learning process, suitable with the need of student in his class, gitu, in her class. So I mean, reaching high standard has been reflected by the 9 standard that has been, yang sudah diundangkan oleh pemerintah tentang standar nasional pendidikan. The other, doing significant work. It is the others for teachers how to prepare meaningful teaching learning experience professionally. Doing significant work, I think the student, the teacher have ideas and have, let's call, freedom to select what is the most relevant method, relevant strategy for the student. Self-regulated learning. Nah, self-regulated learning is giving more room for students to learn with their own pace. Now, again, the role of teachers not to directly as a sources for all, jadi the main sources, but self-regulated of learning give more chance for students to learn and to discuss with others with their own path of learning. So a self-regulated of learning, it is part of Merdeka Belajar, because by Merdeka Belajar, by self-student learning, students have a chance to choose their own, minatnya misalnya, atau interest in what subject, and then the teacher give facilitating in order to achieve the process of learning correctly. Nurturing the individual. Individual is very unique. Every student are very unique, and nurturing the individual is make teachers how to guide students properly, nurturingly, so the student can develop with their own capability. Using authentic assessment. Here is the concept of contextual teaching learning developed by Ellen, that authentic assessment is more powerful authentic assessment means like nearly the same with portfolio. Authentic because it is done authentically by the student. It is developed authentically by the student in terms of products or any others product individually or in group. So I think concerning with the 7 component of contextual teaching learning, Ellen Johnson divided with at least 7 components. The first one, constructivism. So it is constructivism is a theory of education. It is a practice of education that people can actively to develop their own knowledge based on their experience. So constructivism approach in the classroom means there is autonomy, there is a freely of choice for students in construct their own learning process based on their own learning experience. So again, here contextual teaching learnings should be managed by the teachers correctly, so that the student can develop their own according to the regulation. The second one, inquiry approach, for instance, inquiry of learning. So it is learning approach. It is learning approach emphasize on learning process. Emphasize on learning process by observing, by asking. So the student do actively, and then they discuss it. That is the process of learning. So by inquiring, it is the room for freedom of learning can be opened by the teachers. Questioning. Questioning is one strategy of learning. How teachers can motivate, can encourage students by questioning something, and then the teachers, the learning process can be done correctly with the spirit of tadi, that come from questioning. So it is a challenge also how the teachers prepare a good quality of question. Quality of question that make the student can, let's say, higher order thinking skill, rather than questioning with just lower order thinking skill. The third one, learning community. Sorry, the
I'm
fourth
sorry to
one.
interrupt.
Learning community, it means.
Prof. Dean, 3 more minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, here is the pendidikan yang memerdekakan belajar. Ini Dewantara. Okay, ya. According to Ki Hajar Dewantara, freedom should be imposed on the way children think. That is, do not always be pioneers or asked to acknowledge and thought of others, but make it a habit for children to seek all their own knowledge by using their own thought. Jadi merdeka belajar ini actually derived from Ki Hajar Dewantara, bahwa merdeka belajar should be imposed way children think. Jadi menstimulasikan supaya siswa bisa belajar, bisa berpikir, dan tidak memaksa atau bertanya, ask a knowledge of thought to others, but make it habit for children to seek. Jadi mencari their own knowledge by using their own thought. Jadi kata kuncinya their own knowledge and using their own thought. Now here, according to Ki Hajar Dewantara, education and cultures, family education, and children education. Nah, concerning with thought of Ki Hajar Dewantara, it is very familiar for us. Ada ingarso sing tulodo, when students are in front, teacher must set a good example. So it is really the expression, I mean, the approach by using Merdeka Belajar. Ketika siswa ada di depan, maka guru harus memberikan contoh yang baik. Ingarso ing tulodo. When students are in the middle, teacher must work hard and build a performance. Nah, ketika ada di tengah siswa, maka teachers harus mulai membuat strategi work hard, work together, membuat performance yang baik supaya siswa juga bisa mengikutinya. Dan ketika siswa ada di belakang, teachers must provide encouragement. Jadi don't let the kid left behind. Itu kalau kata pendidikan, kan siswa di belakang. Nah, ini Ki Hajar Dewantara sudah menyampaikannya ini tahun 1940. When students are behind, at the back, the teachers must provide encouragement and motivation. Oke. Ini how Merdeka Belajar in the curriculum context. Curriculum means a set of plan and regulation about the aims, content, and material of lesson and method employed by the guideline for the implementation of learning activities to achieve a given education. So it is a regulation come from Undang-Undang Sikdiknas. Jadi kalau kita ingin melaksanakan kurikulum Merdeka Belajar, at least consider plan. Jadi perhatikan benar plannya apa, regulationnya dalam artian manajemennya bagaimana, manajemen tentang 4 hal, tentang aims, tentang tadi the target, the goal, intended learning, what should be achieved by student, tentang content, materinya yang akan diajarkan, tentang method, how to deliver in the classroom, dan tentang how to assess. Nah, jadi siklusnya seperti ini, ada siklus curriculum development, jadi Merdeka Belajar itu should be start with curriculum as ideas. Apa ide perorangan, ide kelompok tentang Merdeka Belajar, and then Merdeka Belajar dari segi dokumen, bagaimana how to put into regulation, dalam panduan, dalam rujukan, dalam guideline for instance, dan the most important things is Merdeka Belajar can be seen and the last 2 fase, yaitu curriculum as a process dan curriculum as a product. Curriculum as a process itu period, a very critical period during teaching learning process, karena cukup lama, setahun atau 1 semester, and then how the teachers can manage the curriculum as a process properly, sampai akhirnya dicapai suatu produk outcome yang diharapkan tentang bagaimana Merdeka Belajar itu dilakukan dan bagaimana hasilnya. Jadi kita sangat ingin melihat nanti 2 tahun, 3 tahun ke depan itu bagaimana Merdeka Belajar itu diaplikasikan dan itu bentuk sukses, the success story of us, atau mungkin kebalikannya. Itu yang mungkin harus kita pikirkan bersama, because mungkin saja bukan ada suatu hal-hal yang harus diperbaiki dalam the terminology, the spirit of Merdeka Belajar, kalau tidak melihat dalam konteks 3-4 approach ini. Nah, ini beberapa panduan yang kaitannya dengan tadi standar 8 standar, curriculum planning-nya, dan spirit Merdeka Belajar dalam national context sebetulnya tadi ada instrumental input-nya, ada student-nya, ada teachers-nya, ada prosesnya. Bagaimana prosesnya? Tadi ada curriculum implementation, itu ada learning sources, ada teachers, ada head teachers, supervisor, student, kemudian ada environment and facilities, sampai akhirnya output. Output, graduate, a profile of Pancasila student. That is the spirit of Merdeka Belajar in national curriculum context. Saya pikir ini keterkaitannya, jadi di mana posisi Merdeka Belajar, we should see in the goal, content, method, assessment. What is the position of guru penggerak? Nah, di sini guru penggerak, saya menyebutnya guru penggerak itu mentor teachers. They should be innovative teachers, creative teachers, a facilitator, catalysator, and motivator. So, dalam Merdeka Belajar, the role of teachers is very powerful. The teacher, a professional teachers who are able to be innovative teachers, creative teachers, facilitators, teachers, and catalyzators, and motivators. Saya pikir ini, di sini juga bagaimana other support of Merdeka Belajar, kalau dilihat dari prosesnya, ada proses the role of teacher education institution. Bagaimana LPTK menyiapkan high quality teachers untuk siap mengabdikan dirinya mengajar di sekolah dengan karakteristik tadi, lulusan yang believe in God, kreatif, inovatif, critical, kolaboratif, good character, and solving problem. Saya pikir ini, dan final notes, education system that combine human touch and technology touch in a balanced format. Jadi, in my opinion, Merdeka Belajar pada akhirnya harus make a student system combining between human touch of teachers and technological teacher by using a digital media in balanced format. Education system strength competencies, strength characters, and strengthen the spiritual competencies. Jadi spiritual competencies as the core activities should be encouraged dalam Merdeka Belajar. Bagaimana kompetensi siswa ditingkatkan, even in pandemic period. How character should be improved, even many other destructive environment come to young generation. And spiritual competencies, because the founding fathers has proclaimed that young generation should bertakwa kepada Tuhan Yang Maha Esa. Jadi itu kuncinya saya pikir. Technology is utilized with characteristic of human focus. Dengan demikian big data yang sekarang ini menjadi ciri toward realization of the Indonesian nation with characterized by supermart society. Jadi ada suatu harapan. Walaupun big data ini harus jadi manfaat, teknologi ini harus dimanfaatkan untuk kepentingan bangsa yang harapannya menjadi super smart society, masyarakat yang gemah ripah loh jiwa jinawi. Makasih, thank you very much for your attention. Mungkin itu Ibu Rizky. Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Dean. We're so grateful for the very comprehensive presentation. Prof. Dean has talked really clear about Merdeka Belajar, the essence of Merdeka Belajar, regulation from the minister, and the concept and theory of Merdeka Belajar, such as contextual teaching learning, and the pendidikan yang memerdekakan dari Ki Hajar Dewantara. Also, the strength point of Merdeka Belajar is in the idea, documents, process, outcome, and also the goal, content, method, and assessment that really need to be really thought about. And then the main focus is to give the competence improvement, and then the characters and also spiritual competencies, and it is supported by technology. Thank you so much, Prof. Dean. So I'm sorry for the audience. We will have the question and answer session until the last session. Prof. Dean, mohon izin kalau bisa stay tuned until the end of this session. We still have 3 more speakers.
Okay, sure.
Yeah. We'll be presenting
Sure.
first, and then we will do the question and answer session at the last part. Okay. So
Okay,
thank you
no
so
problem.
much.
Okay, thank you.
Uh,
Thank you.
Yes, Okay, we're moving on to the next speaker. We have the lovely Professor Dr. Rohaida binti Muhammad Saad.
Assalamualaikum.
Waalaikumsalam, Bu
Yeah.
Prof. Rohaida.
Yeah.
How do you do, Prof. Rohaida?
Alhamdulillah, I'm fine. I'm fine. Yeah.
Thank you so much for joining us and waiting for the presentation. And I haven't introduced Professor Rohaida to the audience. So Professor Rohaida here is the from University Malaya in the Department of Mathematics and Science Education in the Faculty of Education. Is that correct, Prof?
Yes.
So Prof. Rohaida here will talk about the future changes and challenges in education.
Okay.
So, yours.
Okay. Let me try and share my presentation. Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Okay. Have you been able to share the screen, Prof? Have you been allowed by the host?
Some things. Wait. Okay.
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 Yes, we've seen that. Okay.
You can see this.
Yes. Please
Okay.
begin, Prof.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum. And good. Oh, it's here in Malaysia. It's already noon. Yeah. Good afternoon. And I think in Indonesia it's still morning, right? And those in other parts of the world, whether it's a good afternoon or good morning, I'm not sure. Okay. So anyway, I am Rohaida. I'm from the Faculty of Education, University Malaya. At the moment, I'm the Dean of the Faculty of Education. Okay, so first of all, I'd like to thank the Secretariat, and for inviting me to be the plenary speaker of today's conference. Yeah. And I was being approached by Prof. Dean Wahyudin, whether I can give a talk on this. And it was really, to me, it was a surprise that it was like a month or so, right? For you to gather all these speakers together, so it was. I would like to congratulate the Secretariat and the organizer for putting this up. Okay, and when Prof. Dean approached me, I wasn't sure what is really wanted of me, but looking at the theme, it is something related to national curriculum. So I chose to talk about some challenges and opportunities. Yeah. Hopefully that I can share something that what we do here, and some of the challenges probably is almost the same, okay, with Indonesia, because we do have a national curriculum. Okay, before I go into the content, well, this is something that I need to do, where I need to introduce our university first. I have about 5 slides, don't worry. Okay, so University Malaya, we started off as King Edward VII College of Medicine. It was founded in 1905, where we trained the first Malaysian doctors. Okay. So in 1928, they established the Raffles College Singapore, and in 1949, Raffles College merged with College of King Edward VII College of Medicine to become University of Malaya. But in 1962, we kind of break off, where University of Malaya was situated in Kuala Lumpur, and the University of Singapore remains in Singapore. Now it's known as National University of Singapore. So we always say that the National University of Singapore is our sister. Okay, and as you know that they are very much way ahead of us at the moment, right? So University of Malaya, it is a comprehensive university where we have 13 faculties, 2 academies, 3 centers, 3 institutes. Then we have 4 research clusters that deals with all our research programs. More than 50 research centers, which is located in the various faculties. And we do have 1 private university where we have a collaboration with Wales, University of Wales, UK, right? And we have 1 continuing education center. This is the private wing of University of Malaya, where they give executive programs such as certificates program, diplomas, executive diploma program, and so forth. Yeah? And then we have at the moment more than 16,000 undergraduate students, more than 10,000 postgraduate students, giving a total of 26,000 students. Okay, and among those 26,000 students, we have about 3,500 international students from 90 countries, and Indonesia students is among make up quite a number of our international students. Okay, and we have over 200 academic programs. So as I mentioned, it is a broad-based, and it's since University of Malaya is a research university, so we have these are the faculties. We have arts and sciences, built environment, and so forth, where education here is under this. Okay, it's one of the faculties. Okay. This is quite redundant. Okay. So in terms of ranking, we did very well this year under the QS ranking, where we are ranked 59th in the world. Okay. So as the ranking for Asia, we are. This is last year. This year we are number 9th in Asia. THE Asia. Last year was 43. I'm not sure about this year, but at least I can say about my faculty, we have significantly jumped to 97th for ranking by subject. It was a surprise to me too. And even UI Green Metric, where last week they just announced we progressed to 32. Yeah, we improve on that. Yeah, so we are hoping to do better in terms of a UI Green Metric. I know Indonesia is doing very well in this area too. As for subjects, as I mentioned, for QS, for education at the moment, we are at the band of 51 to 100 for the QS, and for THE we are 97. Okay, that's some information about University of Malaya, and I hope that if any of you would like to come over and study in do contact us. Okay, about my presentation today. Since I wasn't sure what was the main focus, so this is I have only broken down it into 3: the expectation of national curriculum, what are the challenges, and how do we move forward based on those issues that I will deliberate. Okay, in terms of expectation. So I would like to bring to the most fundamental about when we talk about curriculum. Definitely we have to look into what is the role of education. Yeah? So as we know, education is very important, and it where we are in how much we spend of our GDP on education will kind of give an indicator how the country focus giving focus towards the towards the development of human capital, right? So usually when we talk about education, we hope that we can educate individuals or our citizens, nurture them to contribute towards the nation's economy, and then also to enhance national unity. I know this is a very strong, it's very strong among Indonesian, where you have the Pancasila, right? And also to enhance the productivity of the economy of the nation, and to build and preserve heritage institutions and the processes, and to create a better future for all the citizens. You can see that it is very important. And now, since we have some nations, like even in Malaysia, we're having problem with the current social issues. So now we are back focusing, not back focusing, we have been focusing, but now we are putting more emphasis on people, developing people's character, right? So we are re-emphasizing it. So when we talk about education per se, so we cannot run away when we talk education. Of course, when we educate, of course, there is some form of a roadmap that we have to follow, the planning, right? So the curriculum plays come into the picture, where curriculum is actually a roadmap or the guide, which include not only the content that we want to deliver, but also the teaching and learning processes usually is being recommended in the curriculum. And also we cannot run away the assessment that we want to do. Okay, so usually curriculum is very, very wide, where we have the syllabus, we have the textbooks, or rather the curriculum materials. So all these are the important elements in curriculum, and all this need to be done carefully, since curriculum, the implementation of curriculum is to create the future of our nations, right? So when we do, when I look what Prof. Dean Wahyudin presented, I know that Indonesia is very similar to Malaysia, where we have a national curriculum. So when we develop the national curriculum, there are a number of things that usually when we develop a number of things that we have to take into consideration, right? Okay, the first I will point out is the nation's aspiration. Definitely, we cannot run away what our nation really moving forward, right? So when we develop, for your information, I was previously, before I joined University of Malaya, I was with the ministry, and I was attached to the Curriculum Development Center of the ministry. Yeah? So I was very much involved in the national curriculum, design and development of the national curriculum in my country, in Malaysia, right? So what we really do, and I'm sure that even Prof. Dean's Wahyudin's presentation just now, he also mentioned that they take, we have to consider a number of things, such as the national policies have to be brought in, right? When we design and develop the curriculum. So, like for example, and this depends on what is the aspiration at that time. Yeah. So, for example, we have various policies, such as the science and technology policies, for example, the STEM education policy. So all these have to be taken into consideration when we do the national curriculum. And then the vision and mission of our education. And in Malaysia, we have the national philosophy of education that will give some form of the direction where at the end of the school system, the education, the school education system, where is it where are we moving towards achieving our national philosophy? It is embedded in the national philosophy of education. Yeah, but our national philosophy education at the moment is still, we are abiding with the 1983 national, which was formulated in roughly 1983, if not mistaken, where it is hoping that our students at the end of the school system will be a balanced individuals, balance in terms of intellectual, balance in terms of spiritual, balance in terms of emotional, and also the physically. The physical aspect, right? So when we have that, we are hoping that through the national curriculum we can mold our students in a more holistic manner. Okay. Then we know that at present we recognize that we live in a increasing complex and dynamic and uncertain world. As you know about the pandemic now, things are so uncertain, right? So we have to bear that in mind, that things are moving and changing over time, and now with the expanding of globalization, and also new technologies will bring continuing change to everybody's life and work. And now with the pandemic, we know suddenly we are so engrossed with the use of technology, and without technology now, for example, if like today's conference, we have to do it online. If not without this platform, the use of technology, we will not be able to organize this conference, right? So all this, I'm sure this has now become a challenge for us to make sure that like, for example, new technologies to be embedded into the curriculum. Okay, then there'll be, and we are very much aware that there will be an ongoing complex social and environmental challenges, right? And as we know that the climate change is now, is really really an issue. So all this we have to take into consideration in developing molding our national curriculum, right? And besides national aspiration, we also need to look into the stakeholders' needs. There are many stakeholders when we talk about in our education system. For example, the society needs. We must not put aside what the society needs. At the society level, we require citizens who are wise, having skills, and having the resilience to adopt and adapt, operate, and flourish in this world as they look into schools to provide the best possible preparation in their future. So, so we have to think, what are those elements that we need to take into consideration in developing this our national curriculum, right? And also the future needs. We as I mentioned just now, like, for example, this pandemic has really opened up our mind and see that, well, whether you like it or not, we have to foresee what is our future needs. We can't really rely on what we have now, or what is there behind us. Okay, so we really need to look into what are the future needs. So when we talk about future needs, we need to look about what are the new knowledge that we need to incorporate into our national curriculum. What are the future skills? Okay, especially in this ever-changing world. Okay. And as we know that our society now, the well-being of them, and in Malaysia, I'm not sure, but in Indonesia, in Malaysia, many have having mental health problems. So that also we need to take into consideration of the societal well-being. Okay, so there is these are the things that some of the things, or some of the elements that we need to take into consideration in molding the national curriculum. So once the curriculum is ready to roll, of course we need the implementers to ensure that the curriculum we will achieve the vision that we have already designed and planned in our curriculum. So I would say that the entire spectrum of implementers have their own role to play. For example, the curriculum developers, they themselves have, since they are the developers, they know what is required. They themselves need to come up with some form of training packages to introduce whatever curriculum that they what have been developed. And the curriculum managers, I would say that, you know, if we go down to the list of the hierarchy, the ranking, the curriculum managers in school are the principals. So the principals have to make sure that the teachers are delivering the curriculum as what has been designed. So they themselves need to know what is the essence of the national curriculum. So they need to know, they need to be trained, to be exposed and trained by the developers, or even the developers, yeah. And then the teachers, to me, they are the most important, I would say, agent. We used to call them agent perubahan. In Prof. Din's Wahyudi's talk, they call about guru penggerak, right? So here we used to talk about guru sebagai agent perubahan, because whatever happened in the classroom is very important. So teachers are the most important agent here. Okay, whatever curriculum, they must know the essence of it, the aspiration of it, to make sure that it is being implemented as it is developed. Okay, and then we also have the parents to be involved, to monitor their children, as monitor the implementation of the curriculum even when they are at home, because education does not stop in school, right? Then especially now with the pandemic, where we have online classes, so the parents play a very important role on the other end of the class, right? The other end of where the teachers, you know, is in I don't know where they are, probably like in Malaysia, they do go to school and they do the online teaching from their school, but their students are at home. So the parents play an important role to monitor the students' progress, the students, whether, you know, their children are doing the things that what they are supposed to do, and some I can see that, you know, I don't have children going to school anymore, but I can see that my grandchildren, you know, my children have to monitor their children. Okay, my grandchildren have to be monitored by their parents to make sure that all tasks, all assignments to be completed and need to be sent through the email or whatsoever. Okay, so again, parents do play a role in ensuring the implementation of the curriculum. Okay, my next one. So that is the expectation, right? But the challenges in implementing national curriculum, okay? When we have a national curriculum, that means we have only one curriculum. Does one size fits all? This is something that we usually ask ourselves, right? So because when we have a national curriculum, do we teach the same thing to all students? We are very sure that we have diversity among our students, right? And then even now, the gap is really wider between urban and the rural, where, you know, the urban have all the facilities, the technological, the accessibility to internet and so forth, as opposed to the rural areas. So now we have a very diverse, okay? So how do we tackle that? Right, this is really a challenge, you know, about diversity, right? Okay, besides that, we have diversity in background, we have diversity in the cognitive levels among our students. Even our students have different learning styles. So when we do our class, we can, we have to cater the different learning styles, different cognitive level of our students, right? So when we talk, when I talk about one size fits all, also is about the teaching and learning. Some teachers prefer it to be more chalk and talk, for example, and that doesn't fit the some of the students' learning style. Okay, and also the assessment. Does assessment fits everyone? Okay, especially now people are talking about moving from national based assessment. Now they are moving to school based assessment. Okay. Even in Malaysia, we have moved to school-based assessment at certain levels. Okay, so this is something that we have to think about. Whether how these are the challenges that we are having. Another challenge is that when we have a content-driven curriculum where we want to put, and now even in Malaysia, I'm not sure whether this is a right move or not a good move, because when we participated in the international benchmarking assessment, for example, the PISA and the TIMSS, so we tend to be looking at, okay, we have to do something about our curriculum, and because of that we have put a lot of content, right? So I can say it's content-driven curriculum, where it has affected the focus on the local needs, the societal needs. So this is when it trickles from the ministry and it becomes the national curriculum for all. So it has affected the local needs. Okay. Then about national curriculum again, although when I was in the ministry, we always say that the curriculum is just a guide for you, but sometimes teachers say the teachers say that they want something more prescriptive, so that they can implement it better. So on the other hand, when we give a very prescriptive solution, they become very dependent on it, and they are not creative in tweaking their teaching and learning. So there is a dilemma between prescription and professional core subjects. Okay, whether we really want to give everything to the teachers, or do we want to just give some pointers and they have to tweak on their own. So this is a real dilemma for us. Okay. And about the competencies of the teachers, how competent are our teachers when we have the curriculum, when we review the curriculum. Okay, so what kind of competency do we need of our teachers, and how do we train them? Okay, I just Googled just now while waiting for my my slot. At the moment we have about more than 250,000 teachers. So how do we train them? Do we so previously in Malaysia we followed the cascade model, which has a lot of flaws, but during that time that was the best option. But now looking at the potential of using all this e-learning platform, I think we can previously we have thought about it, but we say that it is not that effective. We need to have a face-to-face. But now, like it or not, we we can probably train our teachers through this platform. It's more like direct, or probably do it at smaller scale. But again, this is but how often do we give, and what do they want? Are the training that we give are the areas that the teachers really want? So this is something that we have, we have to put into consideration. And this is again, there is a challenge because, many teachers say that when they attended a course or something, they say that we don't really need this course or this training. We want something else, but it's very difficult, right? So, so whenever we have a new curriculum, definitely we have we need to have the training. Again, at all levels, from the from the curriculum from the curriculum developers to the implementers. The implementers can come, will be at the department, the education department levels at all states. Then we have the various departments in education and in the ministry. We also need to train them because some of the departments are involved in textbook writing or the curriculum materials development. Then we have the bahagian technology, where they do some technology-based instructional materials, and then the principle. If you go to school, the principals, the teachers, and so forth. So all these need trainings. And then how ready are they? Are our teachers? So they must be open-minded to receive anything new. But frankly speaking, as I'm not sure about in Indonesia, but in Malaysia, this is something that we have to deal with. Okay, some felt that let's say, for example, now with the pandemic, the use of technology, not many. I mean, there are still some especially the senior teachers are just saying that, well, they just refused to use the technology, and they all what they did was to give an ebook to their students to read on their own. So that's a very is the other extreme of the way of doing technology-based instruction. Then we have the inspectors or the auditors looking into what is happening in the classroom, right?
Yeah, Prof. Rohaida, I'm
Yes.
sorry. Please spend 3 more minutes for the.
Yeah, I'm moving to the last section, which is the way forward. Okay, so what I'm suggesting, this is just nicely with Robert's talk just now about flexible, because when I listen to him, well, I'm also suggesting, but here I'm suggesting that we can we can have a flexible curriculum, because like the issue of one size fits all. Yeah, a flexible or differentiated curriculum. Okay, I know this is not easy to do, but again, I hope that this can be done to address the diversity, equity, and uncertainty. And one of at the moment, one of my PhD students is doing on differentiated instruction at the moment on the topic of analysis of salt in chemistry. So I hope that he can come up with some good modules that probably can help the teachers to implement the differentiated instruction in a diverse classroom. Okay, so when I say about differentiated curriculum, of course it includes teaching and learning and the assessment. Okay, so therefore, there is a need to put greater focus on deep conceptual understanding, the thinking skills, problem skills, and the future skills, definitely, because we are moving towards the future. And again, we have to think about the balance between being prescriptive and the professional nature of the curriculum. Yeah. So whatever we give a teacher, our national curriculum, we should train our teachers to replicate, adapt, and integrate and innovate those materials. Okay. Then for teachers development, this is very important to give so that we can provide the advice, the strategies, the tools for implementing the curriculum. And definitely there is continuous development of the teachers, as one saying that the more you learn, the more the students learn. So here my take is that we as teachers, as the curriculum, as I mentioned, the agent perubahan, right? We need to keep on learning so that our students learn more. I think that is the last slide. With that, I thank you. Back to you, Rizky.
Thank you so much for Haida. It is very sharp points on what is our future changes and challenges in assembling the national curriculum. As you have mentioned before, there's the expectation for the national curriculum where the nation's aspirations, stakeholders' need, and future needs has to be also embraced, and then the role of implementers needs to be also addressed, and each of the components like teachers, students, and parents also has different roles, and there's challenges that there's no size that fits all, one size that fits all, so we have to give equal opportunities for the student, and there should be less the content driven for the curriculum, and then there's also the dilemma between the prescription and professional core subjects that need to be addressed, that how do we give the training for the teachers, or whether to give it all, but also give time for them to develop and evolve their own learning. And then the way forward is to give the flexible or differentiated curriculum and focus on deep conceptual understanding, and also pay attention to the teacher's professional development. Thank you so much, Prof. Haida. Please stay tuned for the until the end of the session, because we will have the question and answer session at the last part. Okay. Thank you so much.
Let me stop sharing.
Okay, so moving on, we still have two more speakers. So please, ladies and gentlemen, stay tuned. And if you have questions for Prof. Haida, for Prof. Dean, please write down your questions, and then we will give opportunities for you to ask them at the last of our session. Okay, so moving on, we will change the moderator. So I will give the mic to my dear colleague, Sinta from Puskurbuk. Sinta?
Okay, thank you, Mbak Kiki.
Okay.
Okay, so yeah, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So I will continue the plenary session. So we will continue to the third speaker. We have Professor Said Hamid Hasan, PhD from Universitas Pendidikan Indonesia. He will present about the future change and challenge. Professor Hamid Hasan, you hear? Oh yeah, okay. So yeah, you can start the presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
We have 30 minutes for the presentation session, and we will hold the discussion session at the end of plenary session. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Sinta Amalia. Ladies and gentlemen, first of all, I would like to express my gratitude for inviting me for this very, very memorable and important meeting. And it involves so many nations, let's say Australia, Malaysia, the Philippines, and also Indonesia. Now, let me share my slides. I'll talk something different with other presenters, and I enjoy their presentation, and I'll open another dimension of national curriculum when we talk about challenges and issues like that. Okay, and then in that way, I like to say what the national curriculum is, and then I'll talk about the characteristic of Indonesian national curriculum. And then in that way, I will talk about the present, the existing national curriculum. And then I will talk about national curriculum and globalization. How does globalization affect the national curriculum? What kind of effect they have on the national curriculum, and how we respond to that effect. And then national curriculum and internationalization. This one another issue beside the globalization, there is also another issue of internationalization, but I will speak about that one a bit slight, not very deep. And I also will respond about that one. And also the future of national curriculum in Indonesia. And simply put, national curriculum is a curriculum which is constructed at the national level, central government, and implemented throughout the country. I think this is the case of Indonesia and also the Malaysia. And I'm not sure about Australia, because Australia just have their national curriculum recently. Let's say in this 21st century. Before, they only have what school-based curriculum development. So this is a big move for Australia, actually. In Indonesia, the construction of the national curriculum is the responsibility of the Department of Education. In this case, it's a Center of Curriculum Development and Book. And the background of the national curriculum, actually, historically, national curriculum has been established in Indonesia since before got our independence. So before Indonesia declared its independence, that we had already had actually a national curriculum. It was developed during Dutch period and also continued during Japanese military occupation. And then when we got our independence, we still continue the policy. It means that we still have the national curriculum. And, and it was, the policy is what's embedded in the Constitution, where they said there is a national system of education, one national system of education. And secondly, it is also stated in the national education law of national education, where they said that there should be a national curriculum as well. So actually, legally, the position of national curriculum in Indonesia is very, very strong. You can say that one legally, because there is some regulation is the basis of the national curriculum. In the 2014 law on local government also states that the national curriculum is the responsibility of the national government to develop, while the implementation is the responsibility of the local government. So actually since 2016, because this law is effectively implemented in 2016, and then we have two kind of thing in the national curriculum. One is the construction of the national curriculum, the responsibility of the national government. And secondly, is about the implementation, where the responsibility is on the local government. So what you can say blankly, or might be about directly, that there are two kind of policy later on: the national construction and the national implementation. There are still national implementation, but in that kind of responsibility, it means that the implementation policy is much depending on the policy of the local government. And in that way, it is differentiated between primary education and secondary education. Primary education is the responsibility of the Kabupaten and Kota government and municipality and regency, while the secondary education is the responsibility of the provincial government. In that way, that they are, you can see the problem later on, but I think that's the situation now Indonesia is facing about the national curriculum implementation. So I will not talk about that one further, because it is very, very, we need some more research about that one, and although some phenomena can be observed nowadays. Now, let's say about the existing curriculum. The existing curriculum is the 2013 curriculum, and it is a national curriculum in a sense that the public and private school should implement that kind of school. This is a different context, might be, I don't know, in Malaysia or in other countries, let's say in Australia, where in Australia they have what they call independent schools. In Indonesia, we don't have independent schools. We only have state school, public school, and private schools. And private schools, in our sense, is implementing the national curriculum. So they are not completely private in a sense like that, you know. And also in our country, there are two ministries, Ministry of Education and Ministry of Religious Affairs. Ministry of Education is responsible to develop the national curriculum, while Ministry of Religious Affairs is responsible to take care of schools under their own, under the what's ministry's management, like say Madrasah Aliyah, Madrasah Sanawiyah, Madrasah Ibtidaiyah. They are under the Ministry of Religious Affairs. So in that way, that when the national curriculum is implemented, then the Ministry of Religious Affairs has also some authority to adapt to the national curriculum to suit their needs for their own schools. And sometimes the fact is they add some courses like Arabic and so on like that, you know, and then it means that the number of content or learning areas for Ministry of Ministry of Religious Affairs schools are more compared to public school. While in the private under the Ministry of Education, what we call it national private, is also implemented the same curriculum, the national curriculum, but they don't they follow all the direction or and policies from the Ministry of Education in that way that they don't have two two leaders or two chiefs in the way they are implementing the curriculum. And the existing curriculum design, I say that they are a coordinating element which organize the content of the courses or learning areas. So that's what we call it, competency inti or core competencies. These competencies are competencies on the religious spirit, and then also the social spirits, and then knowledge, and then the use of knowledge. So there are four organizing elements. One is about religious, and then a spirit, and then the second one is about the social spirit, and the third one is about the knowledge, and the fourth one is about the how to use the knowledge. In that way, that when they are talking about how to use the knowledge, they can use the knowledge in learning the environment, the surrounding environment of the student. So in that way, the flexibility of the design is guaranteed, right? It's what they call it open to some flexibilities in doing things. So when students, let's say, talking about, let's say, market, and then the student can use the knowledge, what is market and so on like that, and they can learn market in their own environment, in their local areas. When they are talking about, let's say, national disaster, and then they can use the knowledge of the national disaster in learning, in studying the local disaster. And in that way that the student actually has the diversity in learning in the national perspective. They are not learning one thing, one fit all things and things like that. And in that way that they can they can understand their own environment, and they are a part of that. So it is very important, because we cannot take them out of their own culture like that. And then it is K1 and K2, that I said, that attitude are not taught, but they are taught indirectly by everyday example. So this is different with the content, as we know, like what you call it, knowledge. Knowledge, you can teach knowledge. You can teach knowledge of values. You can teach knowledge of other things. But as part of the value itself, the value is you cannot teach the value. You just tell about the value. You teach the knowledge of the value, but the value will be internally inspired in the every student, and in that way, the student learning by their own how to develop the values in themselves. And also learning is very complex, and you cannot prescribe actually learning. We can prescribe teaching, but we cannot prescribe learning. So in that way, that we cannot say that students should learn this way and that way. We can only teach them. So the way they take their values, the way they develop their values inside them, it is very, very personal. No one can observe that one, and maybe you can see later on as the result in their action, right? This is the value of the K1 and K2, and then also we have what K4, K3 and K4, as I said, as I said before, that K3, KI1, KI3 is about the knowledge. So that's about the knowledge, everything. And if you look at the taxonomy, in this way, understand taxonomy, you have knowledge of facts, knowledge of concept, knowledge of procedure, and also you can have metacognitive, something like that. That's all the knowledge. And those knowledge are taught directly in the classroom. And it is the traditional way of teaching, where we talk about the, let's say, what is light and how far light can go and so on, like that. That's the knowledge. But the use of that knowledge in the environment, it requires the student activity and the student creativity, and also the teacher's creativity. How to develop that one so the student can use that knowledge in learning their environment. And also they can learn about the actual, the existing, the present issues. Let's say when they are talking about the technology, and then they can use their knowledge about the technology and looking at that present technology and how the technology affect their life, and later on they can study the technology and use it effectively. So this is a very, very important thing in the present curriculum, and this is still much problem. In the assessment, we have that conventional objective test still on. The curriculum, the national curriculum is still using that conventional objective test. And later on, we also have the authentic assessment. And one form of the authentic assessment is portfolio. So these two things are new for the teachers, but this one is, they know this one better, and they are used to develop the objective tests, and they are very, very skillful in that way. But it is not a new. This is not a new. Actually, this one is not a new thing, but the teacher should learn about this one, and they should know authentic assessment comprises so many things, including what the student has done, what the student knows about their own activities. It can be collected, but the teacher should have a new mindset. So they should move from the traditional way of testing to the new way of assessment. In that way, if it does not occur, if the change is not does not occur, then teacher will practice the old one. And if they are still in that practice, and then the implementation is a big question mark. We don't know about what they do in this, including the other things like that. So that's the present national curriculum. How about the future curriculum, the future of the national curriculum? We have the internal challenges, teachers and diversities in teachers' quality. That's a big problem. We have teachers with good quality, but we also have teachers with poor quality. And in the training of the new curriculum, normally they are treated equal, and this is wrong because they have different quality as what you call it prior quality, and then they are treated equal. And then you can see that's the result later on, as I observed in so many classrooms, then they practice differently without with what they should do. Problem of quality of training teachers, that's one thing, right? And I found out that the principal and also the supervisors were not trained for the implementation. Only teachers were trained, but not the supervisors, not the principals. While principals and supervisors are very important, they have a very pivotal position. They have to do things, and they can make a lot of things to make the implementation better. But in fact, in reality, they don't know the new curriculum. So how can they make the policy? How can we can say that the schools are ready for implementation, while the head of the school, while the supervisor are not ready? This is a big problem, and this is a big challenge for Indonesia, actually. Learning facilities. This is very, very, might be, you can say, a very, very conventional problem. You can say that's very, classic problems, but it is the problem. And it is still there. And we can still see the problem. And when we have this, pandemic, and then we can see what obviously the gap between the school with good facilities and the school without any facilities, especially when you are talking about technology, right? And in many classes, the teacher cannot use the technology at all. Because the parents do not have the technology, the student do not have the technology, and the teacher should go to the should collect the student, and they go to the a place where the student can get together, and then the teacher talk to them as if they are in the classroom, but the number is very small. That's what we call it. Teachers visit the place, while in other part you can have the wishful that what they call it daring, within the system, they can use computer, they can use internet, something like that. Although it is virtual, they can have face-to-face. In other part, they don't have that one, and the school don't have that one, and they use what they call without what system. They use the what traditional handphone. Now it's very apparent, and we can see it directly. Before that, before the epidemic, that we don't know for certain about this learning facilities, about the profession of the learning facilities. But now we can see it clearly. So I think this is a problem that we should deal later on in future, and for our future national curriculum. Inconsistency in policy of implementation. This is what I'm worried about, because as I said before, we have that levels of responsibility, not level actually, but a separate responsibility between the local governments and also the national government. And in that way that we can, what I'm worried is about the conflict between policies. So if it happens, then the teacher and the school and the students are the victims. So in that way, it is a big problem for Indonesia nowadays, and I think we should talk about that one a lot and discuss that one thoroughly, so we can find some solution how to overcome that kind of difficulties or inconsistency. Uncertainty of the target students. This is a big problem. When I developed the curriculum, I asked the ministry, what is the targeted? Whether it is 6 years school or 9 years school. The answer was 12 years school. It is very hard for me. Very hard for the curriculum development, national curriculum development, when they don't have that targeted clear. Because that will be develop what the curriculum developer should develop the minimum requirement, the minimum quality, and it should be deal with the target students. Nowadays, let's say we still have 9 million student, population who do not have the school. They cannot go to school. So when you try to develop the one for, let's say primary school, it's okay, because primary school has participation rates about 90%, more than 90%. But if we go to the secondary school, junior secondary school, and senior secondary school, the number is less and less. And then where you target then? This is a problem. If you have compulsory education, it's good, because this is the target, and they should learn up 9 years or 12 years or 10 years. So you can develop the minimum quality for that years. But we don't have it in Indonesia. And it is a big problem for national curriculum development. Okay, and then external challenges. That's one is internal challenges in Indonesia, right? All those 5. You can add it more, but I think there are 5. These 5 are very important. But you can also have the external challenges. Globalization. You have the situation that's nowadays with all the advancement of the technology, or you can say Industrial Revolution 4.0, that the globalization is speed up. And then nowadays people can communicate around the world at the same time, just like us now. We can talk with our colleagues from Australia, with our colleagues from the Philippines, with our colleagues from the Malaysia, and maybe we can expand that one to other colleagues in United States and so on like that around the world. And then that's one has an effect on the national curriculum, because if we don't take care of that kind of thing, the technology in the future, that means that the student is open for any effect, bad or good. And this one should be dealt what seriously. We should make students understand that they have two kind of thing they should learn from that kind of globalization, from the effect of the globalization, what is good and what they are not for them, but it should come from their own insight. And that one is we should develop the values of the individual, of the students, to take care of themselves, because it will deal with their own, with their personally. That's the globalization effect. On the other hand, the globalization has a positive effect. They can widen the students' horizon. They can make the student understand there are many other peoples around the world who has the same values and also different values, and they can communicate them and with respect their different values and so on like that. So that's in that way they can enrich their own knowledge. So that's the positive effects of the globalization. But also the positive effect of the globalization, that the student can have their own they can elevate their own quality by communicating with others in Indonesia or in Malaysia or around the world. So that's the what. But we should care about that one, and we should develop that kind of thing in our national curriculum. Of course, we have to deal with that foresee what's creativity, critical thinking, communication, and also collaboration. But also we should develop other quality, like say management of feelings and so on like that. In Indonesia, I think as well in Malaysia, religiosity is another quality citizens should have. So it should be the aspect the new curriculum should take care of. Internationalization, that's what I said. Internationalization, what I mean by internationalization, there is a movement that there is no national curriculum. I quote here, I'll quote read saying that national curriculum is an artifact. So it will not exist anymore. It is only artifact. And we can say we did have national curriculum before, but nowadays there is no national curriculum, because the internationalization can make all things should have the same standard all around the world. So I said, when we talk about internationalization as a threat, we should be careful. We should develop our national curriculum based on our national need, based on our local culture. We cannot develop national curriculum based on the international standard all over the learning areas. But we can do it in some learning areas, like say like mathematics, like science. In these two subjects, they are universal. They don't have very little effect on the culture itself. So of course, you can talk about the way of thinking as one big thing, big thing to to influence the way the student think later on, whether they will be nationalist or not. But it is very, very small effect. But if you are talking about social studies, language, which are rooted very much in their own culture, and that's the internationalization is a threat. And that's in that way that we should be careful with that kind of thing. We should develop a certain quality of our new generation to have that kind of priority and capacity to select those all effects. So I think that's a big problem for the next what the future of national curriculum, because we cannot we cannot neglect all these two effect. So I said Indonesia is a diverse in social and culture, where local government's ability and capacities in facing the national perspective and needs are varied. So the national curriculum is still needed. Otherwise, might be in it. You can learn from UK. UK what introduced national curriculum at the end of the last century, when they were facing the globalization. Australia has the same thing. When I was there, I was just studied about what's our school curriculum based development. Nowadays they have that national. Might be later on what Professor Randall we can talk about it and can explain it to us a bit what's deeper about that one. And what's legally the future of national curriculum, it is very strongly embedded in the supported by the law. So we don't have to worry about the status of the national curriculum in Indonesia later on, but we should make some modification. We should have some modification. We also should deal with the recent development, let's say like digital technology or something like that. So we should provide our students with all the qualities needed for the global life. We will not live exclusively nationally or locally anymore. We are now in the global community. So we should provide our citizen, our new generation with those quality without neglecting the local content, the local culture, the national need. There should be Indonesia. The new national curriculum should develop Indonesia as Indonesia, not Indonesia who think differently with other Indonesia. Indonesia is Indonesia, Malaysia is Malaysia, and we share the culture as stated by Pinar, that in global situation, there are many cultures and different cultures and competing cultures, but there is no consensus about global culture. And as there is no consensus about global culture, corollary, there is no consensus about one single global curriculum. It means that the national curriculum can still exist, and we should maintain that kind of existence. And because that will make the Indonesia, Indonesia, the Malaysia, Malaysia, the Australia, Australia, whatever they are. And that is what what explained before by other speakers, that the national need is very important. I think that's all what I can say, and thank you very much for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor Hamid. You have sharing with us about the wonderful presentation about the chances and challenges of the curriculum nowadays and the future curriculum. Okay, because of the limited time we have, we directly continue to the next speaker, and I will summarize the presentation at the end of the session. Okay, so for Mr. Jerome from the University of Philippines. Okay, so Dr. Jerome here is the Dean of the College of Education in the University of Philippines. Okay, time is yours, Mr. Jerome. We have 30 minutes for the presentation, and we will have a discussion session at the end of the plenary session. Thank you.
Thank you, Ayu. Do you hear me clearly?
Yes, we can hear clearly.
Okay, so let me just start by sharing first my slides so I can just go on later on. Okay, so a pleasant afternoon to all of you. It's actually a great honor to be invited here. Is my audio okay?
Yes, okay.
Yes,
Okay.
we can hear clearly.
Thank you. Thank you. First, I would like to thank the organizer for the privilege of sharing to you a knowledge on this particular topic. But I would like to specially mention Professor Dean Wahyudin of the University of Pendidikan, Indonesia, for inviting me. Actually, we met personally last year when we were together in National Taiwan Normal University. We had a great time there. We toured around Taipei and the neighboring cities. And like last month ago, we had an international conference, and we also had it online, virtual. I'd like also to say good afternoon to Professor Rohaida. We were also together last month in the NTNU conference. And of course, a pleasant afternoon to all to my fellow speakers and to all the participants. Before I begin, I am actually wondering, because this is my first time to be invited in Indonesia, even this is a virtual conference, I would want to know whether the ones attending this conference are all teachers, policymakers, or ones in the Ministry of Education and things like that. So can I have a quick survey first? Who among you are teachers in the classroom? You are actually teaching children in the classroom, from whether in kindergarten or up to grade 12. Can you please do have a thumbs up? You have a thumbs up icon there. So please do a thumbs up if you are teaching in the classroom. Okay, so if you are working in the ministry this time, thank you very much for those thumbs up. If you're working in the ministry, or you are the principal or the school head, I'd like to see also a thumbs up from you. Okay, there you go. So let me begin. Thank you so much. Let me begin with explaining to you this. I have a very limited time. I am Dr. Jerome Buenviaje. You know, for Southeast Asians, Filipinos are kind of hard to pronounce names because we're a mixture of the East and the West, and most of our family names are Spanish in nature. So that's why I understand. And I am the Dean of the College of Education, University of the Philippines. Let me begin by introducing our university. Our university is the National University by the virtue of the law. It is called Republic Act 9500. So we are the National University. We were established in 1908 under the American regime. There are 8 universities in different regions around the country and 21 campuses. we have like almost 52,000 students, and currently we offer around 240 undergraduate programs and 402 graduate programs. The UP College of Education, where I am the dean, is the only college of education among the 8 constituent universities in different regions. Our university is ranked 65th in throughout Asia, and we belong to the top 500 in the world. And according to Times Higher Education, we are 5th in Southeast Asia. Let me just give you a background about my college. Our college is called Center of Excellence for Teacher Education, and it is the Center for Graduate Studies for Teacher Education Institutions. Meaning to say, we don't only train teachers who teach in the basic education, but we train professors who teach in the higher education institutions that offer teacher education programs. In the country, we have the most number of academic programs and specialization. Let's say, for example, from Master of Arts, we have from sciences, mathematics, all the way to counseling and leadership up to the PhD level. There are programs in our PhD that are only offered in our university. So I think it's also a good chance to invite Indonesians, no? Probably if you'd like to study in the Philippines. So this afternoon, it's afternoon here already, I will be talking about 3 points. First, curriculum and the role of inclusive education in the curriculum. Second, I will try to define the concept of innovation which started in the business world and how we are going to use that in education as an applied concept. And lastly, I will be sharing to you examples that we are doing here in the Philippines where technology is used as a strategy for innovation. Let me start with this. I am seeing it as a model. I developed a framework, and I'm seeing it as this way, that curriculum, so that your curriculum would be effective, it is very important that you have these 3 elements. Curriculum must be inclusive, or it should integrate inclusive education. Curriculum must apply technology, and curriculum must have innovation at its very nature. So let's start with curriculum and inclusive education first. Let me bring you to this idea that the quality of basic education, we're saying that if we want good schools in the country, there should be good teacher education institutions or colleges and universities that teach quality instruction and research. If the teacher education institutions in the country are not good, therefore, the products, the teachers who are the products of these institutions will definitely affect greatly the quality of basic education. And that is the issue of teacher quality and quality of teaching. Let me give you a background of the Philippine education system. Unlike Indonesia, the Philippines has a trifocalized system, meaning to say we have 3 government agencies that take care of the education in the country. If we're talking about K-12 schools, these are the basic education, it is under Kagawaran ng Edukasyon, or in English, Department of Education, or in your context, you call it Ministry of Education. If the schools are technical and vocational in nature, it is under the TESDA, or the Technical Education Skills Development Authority. And all colleges and universities, whether it is private or a public or state university, it's under the Commission on Higher Education, or we just simply call CHED. And the difference is that the University of the Philippines, as the national university, is not under the Commission on Higher Education, because as the national university, it has its autonomy and it can create programs so that we can contribute to other state universities and colleges in the country. Meaning to say, we can create our own curriculum And once we have created a curriculum and we find it very effective, we can share it with other higher education institutions. Let's say, for example, this particular government agency, which handles the higher education, issues a policy or policy standards and guidelines on the curriculum of the Bachelor of Early Childhood Education. With this particular policy, that means that every higher education institution that offers elementary education or early childhood education must follow this particular policy in the entire country. Likewise, this is the same with the elementary education and the secondary education. There are some moves in the Philippines now where the teacher education is being improved because there is an acknowledgement that only with quality teachers, quality education can follow. So let's talk about curriculum and inclusive education. Why did I mention it? Because if we want quality education, specifically in the curriculum, it is very important to look at the curriculum and how inclusive education is being taught in the higher education institutions in a country. There was a chance in last year, it was in 2019, that when our curriculum was approved by the Board of Regents of our university, and we introduced a particular course entitled Inclusive Education. This inclusive education is is a new course in the program, and we are putting into consideration diversity because Philippines, just like Indonesia, is an archipelagic country. We are also island countries, and the tendency for national curriculum and the tendency for curriculum across the country is that sometimes it is the capital, which in our case is Manila, the things that are made in Manila may not be applicable to the places down south in Mindanao, okay, which is near Malaysia and Indonesia already, because they have different contexts. So it is very important for teachers to understand inclusion, how inclusive education will operate in their particular context. Same thing with our secondary education. Let me just share to you the content and the purpose of this inclusive education which we offer in our university. Here we talk about exclusively how principles and practices of inclusive education will be applied in the Philippines. Because when you talk about inclusive education globally, that's another thing. But if you talk about inclusive education in the Philippines, you will be talking about indigenous people, you'd be talking about children with special conditions or special needs. You will be talking about social demographic issues and things like that. Religion also will be one of the important factors to talk about. So the outcomes of the course is to instill to the students, the future teachers, diversity, inclusion, and exclusion in the light of the Philippine education system. It is also our goal, okay, objective to teach how inclusive education will be concretized, how will it be possible inside the classroom, how strategies in teaching and innovation in teaching can be applied while considering inclusive education. So these are the topics you can see here, starting from the global perspective of education for all, and then the evolution of inclusive education, and then how is that applicable in the Philippines, and then it goes down to instructional planning for diverse learners. We can only claim that our curriculum is inclusive, it is diverse, and it creates unity in the country, and it projects the trends, which is your theme right now, if we can actually translate that in our classroom, where teachers and students really feel and sense what inclusive education is. Therefore, my proposition is that inclusive education delivers diversity. In your theme, National Curriculum, Unity, Diversity, and the Future Trends, it is very important to make sure that inclusive education, whether in the pre-service teacher education or for the practicing teachers, that all these principles will be present so that diversity in the curriculum implementation and in planning, of course, will be possible. Now, after talking about curriculum and inclusive education, let me bring you to the idea of the concept of innovation. I am glad because Professor Randall shared about McKinsey, and it's actually my source also about innovation. The McKinsey and Company, which is a corporate in nature, has researched much about innovation, and they define innovation as a product of creativity. It starts with your idea, but it does not end there. After your creativity, it is very important that you know how you are going to deliver your ideas. Because if your ideas are bright and you are not able to deliver it well, then innovation is not possible. So let's remember, innovation is equal to creativity plus delivery. So what is the big idea? The thing is that we can learn from these corporate researches, just like McKinsey and Company. But the thing is, how do we translate these concepts as educational innovations? So for us to understand that, let's try to talk about the types of innovation as identified by McKinsey and Company. According to them, there are 3 types of innovation. The first is a product innovation, a process innovation, and organizational innovation. I will try to define what these types of innovations are, and I will give you examples of how these types of innovation are translated in the educational context. Let's try to have product innovation first. When we talk about product innovation, according to Un et al., it is recognized as a product of innovation as continual introduction. So we are saying that a curriculum can be innovative, or something that you do in education can be innovative if you are trying to improve that particular thing. It is something that you have already. Then you just have to do continuous improvement about that, or you are trying to make something new out of your particular context. Daniels also defined this innovation, product innovation, as the linking of technology and customer competences. Meaning to say that if you use technology into a certain concept, just like curriculum, therefore you are trying to come up with a product innovation. But I want you to realize that when we talk about technology, the first thing that comes to our minds are the high technology, the use of internet, computers, gadgets, and so on. But we have also to remember that we have what we call low technologies. Low technologies can be indigenous materials that you can find around you, and these materials can be used in innovation, especially in the curriculum delivery. Lastly, product innovation is also referred to novelty or new products. So if you introduce something new in the education context, then that is something that can be considered product innovation. So how is this translated in education? And these are my examples. This is an example of a product innovation in education, or particularly in curriculum. I hope you are familiar with Schoology. Schoology is a learning management system in the US. Okay, especially now in the pandemic. Okay, this Schoology is a product that has been offered to many schools here in the Philippines. I know one school. This is a private school that used this particular product. And this school, Holy Spirit Integrated School, is a private school, and that is the virtual campus. They bought a license for this so that they can have delivery of instruction even in the times of pandemic. And even without pandemic, this particular product innovation in education is very good because this features a private communication and academic discussion among teachers and students. So every student has an account, and this is where all students submit their projects. This is where teachers grade also their works, and then after that, they can see their scores. Parents can also visit this particular site so that parents could look at the performance of their kids. So this particular product is an innovation that is used in education. So that's another thing in the university. This is how we do it in our university. So the version of our learning management system is we called UVLE. UVLE is University Virtual Learning Environment, or e-learning. Okay, so we also have like that. So students, university students enter here. This is our virtual campus now. But even before pandemic, we are actually using this already. And then another product innovation is that if you are using like this one, Zoom started also in the business world, but in the corporate, but now we are using it in education, especially for teachers training like this. Another example of product innovation in education is modules. Okay, so I talked about low technology. So here you can see when the pandemic started, the Department of Education or the Ministry of Education in the Philippines started looking at ways on how to deliver the curriculum to all the children. And we're talking about 26 million Filipinos in kindergarten up to grade 12. So low technology provides modules. So these are printed materials. And then teachers have to make this and deliver to their classrooms, or they just download the modules so that the curriculum can be delivered to the students. The second one is process innovation. When we talk about process innovation, we are talking not of the physical product, but we're talking about the delivery method. We are also talking here of the user-friendliness, or how a particular product can be user-friendly for the users or the stakeholders. So let me give you an example. Here, this is a process innovation in education, or particularly in curriculum, when we do use the understanding by design. No, so it's not really a product, but it's how you deliver things. It's the process, how you deliver effectively the content of the curriculum, the competencies, and the standards. In the higher education, we do use outcomes-based education as a process in which is also an innovation in delivering the curriculum. In our university, we have this. It's called computerized registration system. This is a process innovation where students can actually look for the courses they need. And you can also see here your grades, what are the courses you are lacking so that you will finish your program. So you don't need to really go to the university physically, but you can actually enroll and enlist your courses using this innovative product, no, through the process of enrollment. And for basic education here in the Philippines, part of the process innovation in delivering the curriculum, we have the DepEd TV. Sometimes because Philippines is so diverse, we have like regional TV stations that deliver the curriculum, the instruction to the students. And in the very far-flung areas, we have this, some teachers could use two-way radio so that the teacher is in the school, he does the instruction, and all students, every household has a radio, and then they can listen to what the teacher is actually teaching. That's how the process is. And lastly, when we talk about innovation, we talk about organizational innovation. How is this? Innovation happens as an organization in nature if what you are dealing with is the structure or how the organization works, or how the school or the institution work. It is something about the method and the implementation that is participated in by the people. So an example of this, of an organizational innovation in education, is this. We call here it in the Philippines Learning Action Cell, but this is in theory, this is actually professional learning community. So in the professional learning community, teachers share their experiences. It's not about who is the principal, who is the head teacher, but it's actually sharing experiences, and everybody has a sense. It's like a flat organization. Everybody has given an equal chance to share their experiences because everybody is an expert in contributing a new idea. Also, Another organizational innovation, which could be related to curriculum, is what we call the maker space. I don't know if you have heard of this, but this one is an innovation where you can provide actually a classroom. It's not part of the formal curriculum, but it is connected into informal curriculum, and then students can explore and they are free to make mistakes and discover on their own. And that is where students just work with their teachers as colleagues, and there is no formal structure. So that falls under organizational innovation in education. And also, I would like to share to you that so that innovation happens, according to McKinsey & Company, there are 8 things that you have to consider. These are the things he called essentials, or like ingredients. So it's like when you're making a dish, you need ingredients so that you can make that dish. Therefore, if you want innovation, make sure that you have all these elements, essential elements, all these ingredients in coming up with innovation. So here are the 8 things. And they provided in their website, you can probably look at them to check, do you really innovate? So in education, we ask ourselves, do we really innovate in education? So these are some questions, and it is important to translate that in how we do that in education. So that leads me to my third point. My third point is, how do we use technology as a strategy for innovation? So as usual, as I mentioned a while ago, when we talk about technology, we just think of the high technologies, but we have to be mindful that technology also is considering the low technologies and indigenous resources around us so that we can be innovative. So let me give you an example of how these elements work in our setting here in the Philippines. Let's say, for example, Choose. So how can you say that you are doing innovation? So if you apply Choose as an element, but let me clarify that you can actually have multiple essentials in one particular product or process, but I'm just highlighting this particular element, okay? So for Choose, let's say, for example, the question for Choose, are you really innovating? So the question is, do you invest in a coherent, time and risk balanced portfolio of initiatives with sufficient resources to win? So in this particular scenario, we are saying that if you have a budget and you want to be innovative, make sure that the money that you're going to spend will be placed into the right innovation material so that it will reach many people. In this case, this is what we call open educational resources. I know everybody is aware of this. This is an innovation done by UP Open University, the University of the Philippines Open University. We have what we call UP TV, or online TV. So I actually delivered a talk on 21st century learning skills. So these are compilations of different OER, and this was funded by a research grant from, I think, UNESCO. Okay, so this one is a good strategy where technology, you choose that to innovate so that you can reach more people. Okay, let's have another example. Let's have about Evolve. So how can you say that you are providing innovation when you evolve? I hope some of you have participated in this. This is called MOOC, or Massive Open Online Course. This is also an example of a curriculum where evolution is being focused as part of innovation. So the question here is that, do you create new business models or new line of products that provide defensible way to profit our resources? So the CIMEO, the Southeast Asian Ministers of Education Organization, INOTEC, provided this for teacher training. And I am one of their resource persons. You can actually apply for this. And it is in one learning platform. I think it's being hosted by University of Hong Kong. So MOOC is an example of a technological innovation used in education that evolved from the usual teacher training, where you can actually come up with an own time and own pace kind of teacher training. And let's also have an example for scale. And I think this is my last example. So when we talk about scaling, you just want to make innovation that would reach a lot of people. So the guide question is, do you launch innovations at the right scale in the relevant market and segments? And in education, we have what we call quasi-market. So these are the people that benefit the services we provide. The UP College of Education provided teacher training when this pandemic struck. So we thought of how can we train teachers? How can we tell them how to use curriculum and the national curriculum so that teachers will be able to know and be ready with this. And I tell you, in this particular webinar, just like this, we were able to reach 1.5 million teachers. And that is an innovation. It's a big scale, but in a very limited resources. So what are the topics we talked about there? It's curriculum integration. It's like how you save time while you deliver the curriculum and where subjects are discussed all together. We also discussed there how learning environment would support the options and how you're going to deliver it. And there you go. So you can see there that technology can be a good strategy for innovation. So let me end with this, okay? When we talk about curriculum and we want to be diverse as a country, because we consider different kinds of learners, different kinds of teachers and stakeholders, it's very important to consider that education should be inclusive, technology should be around, and innovation should be there. And do not forget, when all these elements are together, you come up with a contextualized curriculum. I'd like to emphasize that, let's say, for example, here in Manila, this is the capital, our curriculum here can be good, but once we use this curriculum in the southern part of the Philippines, then that should be changed in a way so that it will be relevant for our learners and the teachers. And likewise, I think that is your case in Indonesia. You have a very diverse population, and contextualized curriculum is very important considering technology, inclusive education, and curriculum. Here are my references. Thank you. Maraming salamat in Filipino. This is my email address if you'd like to get in touch with me. And I think we are going to have a question and answer for all the speakers. Good afternoon.
Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Jerome Wenviahi, for the fantastic presentation, enlighten us about the innovation and technology in education. Okay, so ladies and gentlemen, we will continue the discussion session for all four speakers. Please write down your question in the chat box in the right of your screen, or you can directly raise your hand and ask the question. Okay. For the first session, we will take 3 questions. Okay, we have the first question from Ibu Rasita. Yeah. Dr. Jerome, can you explain the process for adapting the national curriculum for certain contexts? So as we wait for another question, Dr. Jerome, please, you can answer the first question. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you very much, Piserta, for that question. This is a wonderful question because this is a skill that is very important for teachers. In the Philippines, we call it memocracy for a while. Hello?
Yes.
We call it memocracy. Like when the national government gives a curriculum, teachers would take it as it is. But the thing is that it is very important that you adapt the national curriculum for certain contexts. Let me give you a brief example. My example a while ago is that, let's say, for example, a certain competence and some resource materials are instructed in the national curriculum and it's in the city. So if it is an urban area, therefore, there are things that can be done in urban areas that cannot be done in the rural areas. So let's say, for example, you have to look at the kind of students that you have. Let's say, for example, if you are going to implement a curriculum and you're looking at and you're teaching in a school along the seaside, like your students are children of fishermen and of farmers. Therefore, in adopting the national curriculum, it is very important that you bring this to the level of the understanding of the children in their particular environment. Are you getting my point?
Yes, I think we have enough. We got your point of your answer from the question. Yeah. So thank you so much, Mr. Dr. Jerome.
Thank
Okay,
you.
so
Thank you.
yeah, thank you. I will continue for the second question from Pak Henny. We have two questions for Professor Dean. The first one is how to evaluate students' character and what is the minimum requirement to assess it? And the second question is how to encourage and stimulate our students' self-regulation ability. Yeah, okay. Professor Dean, time is yours. Yeah. Hello, Professor Dean. Okay, wait.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Oh yeah, okay, yes, we can
Okay,
hear you
thank you
clearly.
very much. The question is characters. Yeah, it is characters. It is a part of affective, yeah, affective dimension. So when the teacher is going to assess the character of students, it is not necessary to use tests. The assessment can be used by test and non-test, for instance. Can I let's call portfolio. So characters can be categorized when the teacher is going to assess the character of a student. I suggest first using a non-test standard. I mean by using student do in terms of behavior, in terms of characters. Asking question to the others is, for instance, calling his student. So it means by having collecting some information of someone, or especially of student, soon afterward tidak melalui tes. Non the others from the yang kedua, we can use by using during classes, what they or not gitu ya. Jadi informasi you can consider assessing the characters. Itu yang pertama barangkali ya. Jadi karakter itu tidak perlu ada tesnya begitu. Performance atau non-tes dengan sumber-sumber yang lain yang bisa dipertanggungjawab. Question? Apa tadi itu, Mbak Rizky? What is the minimum ya? Again, characters at least evaluating, assessing is actually collecting the data. What is the purpose of the data? The data for improving teaching learning activities. So it is one of the purpose. When we see a student with a bad character, who let's say with to do lie to the others, misalnya berdusta atau tidak benar, doing the others illegally, cheating, itu a bad character saya pikir. Nah, jadi itu yang barangkali harus di-remove. No student to be cheating during the exam. Ketika yang ada exam yang cheating, sebetulnya dia itu karakternya sudah jelek. Dan mungkin we should remind him, and then we give some direction, guidance, so hopefully they have a good characters. Itu yang in mandatory characters, good behaviors, but also hardworking is characters. Curiosity is characters. Yeah. If someone it is characters, and how we encourage them not to do lazily, and guide them, give a model. So it is as of having good character in the future. Saya pikir itu, Ibu Rizky. Jadi karakter harus menjadi model yang dilakukan oleh guru, dan ketika karakter dilakukan oleh remind them and then guide them, so in the other future they do not behave bad characters like they have done.
Iya, terima kasih atas jawabannya,
Mungkin
Prof.
itu ya.
Oh iya, terima kasih atas jawabannya terhadap pertanyaan yang ada. Okay, I will continue to the third question because of the limited time we have. So this is the last question that we will directly answered by the speaker. For the other question, we will write down the other question, and maybe we will answer it later, or we will send you the email about the answer. Okay, so the question for Prof. Hamid. The problem is curriculum many times changed since Ministry of Education changed. Schools have been trying to adapt, but still facing difficulties, especially when curriculum change socialization is not conveyed clearly by online, and not all areas able to access the information well. And the question is there any socialization model which more takes sides to schools and teachers? Yeah, okay. Silahkan Prof. Hamid.
Yeah, thank you for the question. This is the problem of implementation, right? The training of the principals, teachers, and also the supervisors. What I can suggest that we can have, actually we have already had a model. That's what developed in Cianjur actually. We have a certain particular schools, and we train them very well until they can do the implementation well, and then they can spread that kind of activities to the next school close to them. So that's one thing. And the second thing that we should actually train the principal and the supervisors first before we train the teacher, because they have the capacity to change the school and to change the practice among schools. The supervisor says that kind of right. They can guide the schools to change from that traditional one and second. I agree with you that the major problem is when we have so many policy and inconsistent with other and implementing curriculum. That's what I said before. And then I think this is the big problem in Indonesia. That's what the policymaker should understand the existing curriculum and then should make a policy relevant to the existing curriculum. Otherwise, teacher will be confused. The principal cannot do the what obligation, and what the supervisor cannot do the best. And this is what's a very critical problem in implementation in Indonesia. So in future, I would like to suggest that provide the policy in accordance with the existing curriculum, so the curriculum can be implemented well, and the teacher, principal, and supervisor can do their best to implement the curriculum. And also the curriculum should make that what I said, that they should use that knowledge, the students should use that knowledge in understanding their circumstances, their environment. That's important thing. That's what we have in the 2013 curriculum actually, but it does not implemented yet. It is not implemented yet, what I'm saying. So I think it is the big problem because the policy is not consistent with the nature of the curriculum. Thank you for the question.
Okay, thank you, Professor Hamid. So I will summarize the answer. Jadi Bapak Ibu untuk pelatihan diutamakan melatih juga kepala sekolah dan pengawas sebelum guru karena untuk implementasi kepala sekolah dan pengawas sangat berpengaruh dan dapat memimpin baik atau buruknya implementasi nantinya di sekolah. Selain itu juga diperlukan konsistensi antara peraturan dengan kurikulum yang disusun dan akan diterapkan. Okay, so because we have run out of time for the plenary session, I'm sorry for the time that the overtime we from the rundown. Thank you for all of the speakers from Professor Dean, Dr. Professor Rohaida, and Professor Said Hamid Hasan, and Dr. Jerome. I hope we will meet you in the better time in the future. Thank you for your time and the great presentation today. Yeah, thank you. So I will return to the MC. Yeah.
Right. Thank you, Ms. Minta and Ms. Kiki. To all speakers, thank you very much. You are all the outstanding speakers, and I believe that all of us believe here. Sorry. Okay. Yes. I do believe that all the presentation is very valuable for us, and it will broaden our knowledge about the curriculums, in particular, unity, diversity, and future trends. Once again, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, would you please join with me to give 2 thumbs up for all the speakers? 1, 2, 3, just 2 thumbs, showing your 2 thumbs up. Thank you so much.
Can I say something to Dr. Jerome?
Sure, yes.
Dr. Jerome, I visited your university, I think 2 years ago. Yes, and I met the chancellor, and then later on I met her in Bangkok. It's nice experience in Manila. Thank you.
Yeah, hope to see you around.
Okay.
Okay, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. So this is the end of the plenary this afternoon. Thank you for your attention. And now we come to the room sessions, right? So we have a small discussions, and would you please, Mr. Iman, will show you our schedule for the room this afternoon, please. Jadi Bapak Ibu terima kasih. Sekarang kita akan masuk ke diskusi room. Berikut akan ditayangkan. Ada diskusi 6 room, diskusi paralel di room 1, ada 4 room dengan topik yang tentunya sangat menarik. Bapak Ibu silakan bergabung di room masing-masing dengan merename namanya terlebih dahulu, diawali dengan roomnya, right, betul? Diawali dengan roomnya, kemudian nama. Misalkan jika ada yang ingin bergabung ke room 1, di rename dengan angka 1, dilanjutkan dengan nama. Sekali lagi saya ingatkan bagi Bapak Ibu mohon mengisi daftar hadir yang sudah ada di share di chat box. Berikut ditampilkan topik-topik kegiatan diskusi ini akan berlangsung sampai dengan pukul 17, pukul 16, 17. Disepakati diskusi ini akan berlangsung sampai dengan pukul 16 waktu Indonesia bagian Barat. Apakah terlihat jelas topik yang ada di...
Terlihat.
Terlihat
jelas, Bu. Bisa diulang, Bu, jangan cepat-cepat, Bu.
Baik, maaf Ibu. Bagaimana Ibu?
Diturunkan lagi, Bu.
Oh, diturunkan lagi. Ada di share, sudah Ibu, mohon maaf sudah di-share juga di chat box-nya. Jadi juga bisa dilihat di chat box-nya.
Ibu, mohon maaf
Ya,
untuk nge-rename
silakan.
kedua kalinya ini apakah saya harus keluar room dulu?
Tidak perlu, Bu.
Tidak perlu Ibu.
Tidak perlu.
Dari atas ya. Jadi di gambar Ibu itu dari atas ada titik-titik gitu. Nah, itu langsung aja Ibu klik kanan dan kemudian langsung bisa merename.
Room 1.
Iya, Ibu Ibu mohon maaf untuk Isoma mungkin bisa sambil berjalan ya, Bu ya.
Ya, Ibu Bapak sambil disoma, kami akan mulai memindahkan Ibu Bapak ke ruang-ruang yang tersedia yang sudah diberi rename. Nanti langsung kami arahkan ke break room, silakan klik join. Dan bagi Ibu Bapak yang belum, silakan pilih ruangan yang tersedia. Jadi sambil berjalan, kami persilakan Ibu Bapak untuk klik join sesuai room yang Ibu Bapak pilih. Terima kasih.
Izin Isoma dulu, Ibu ya.
Silakan Ibu, silakan. Ibu sudah merename namanya?
Sudah, Ibu. Terima kasih.
Ya, oke. Baik, nanti langsung
Ibu nanti ini
akan
langsung
diarahkan ke
ditarik ke room masing-masing pilihan atau kami menunggu?
nanti akan ditarik langsung ke sesuai dengan nama yang
ditarik langsung sesuai dengan room pilihan ya, Bu ya?
Iya, nanti kalau memang Ibu ditinggal untuk Isoma nanti bisa langsung klik join.
Ya, iya, iya.
Bisa di scroll ke atas lagi Pak Iman? Dari yang room 1 mungkin? Ya.
Ya, yang Pak Heni itu room berapa?
Pak Heni di room 4, Bapak.
Room 4 sama Mbak.
Iya, Pak Heni di room 4.
Mohon maaf yang tentang buku
Bapak Isam di room 8 dulu aja.
Baik, silakan Ibu.
Tentang buku aja di room 4.
Mohon izin Ibu untuk ditampilkan diskusi panel room 1, Bu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih, baik. Tolong room 1, Pak Iman. Room 1 itu, oke. Iya. Sudah terlihat, Pak? Room 1 itu mengenai
Iya, sudah terlihat.
Sudah ya. Pembelajaran jarak jauh di taman kanak-kanak.
Minta tolong room 4, Ibu.
Ditulis di depan namanya, Bu.
Ditulis, Ibu, untuk join ke dalam roomnya, mohon di-rename. Di-rename namanya dengan menuliskan angka pada room yang...
Saya sudah, Mbak Neda.
Sudah. Ya.
Mbak Neda, aku di room 4, Mbak Neda sama Bu Kristina.
Mohon ditulis namanya itu 4, kemudian di-rename namanya. Sudah. Baik. Bapak Ibu mohon kesabarannya. Ini host sedang membagi-bagi ke room-room yang sesuai. Jika sudah menuliskan nomor room di nama Bapak Ibu, maka nanti akan langsung diarahkan ke room tersebut. Terima kasih.
Bu Kristina.
Mohon bersabar Bapak Ibu.
But you still in the why? Mbak Neda, aku di room 1, Mbak Neda. Ranti.
Iya, iya Ibu. Bu Ranti udah di-rename kah namanya?
Belum.
Di-rename 1, kemudian...
Dimasukin langsung nggak bisa ya Mbak? Dimasukin langsung nggak bisa ya?
Karena di sini Pak Iman sendiri juga yang masukin biar memudahkan Pak Iman dalam untuk mentransfer ke room-roomnya itu.
Aku lupa nih masuknya di
atas ada titik-titik. Kalau Bu Ranti lihat di pojok kanan atas di gambar itu, gambar Bu Ranti itu ada gitu, kita klik gambar kita itu nanti ada titik-titik tiga warna biru. Nah itu langsung rename di situ saja. Ya, betul seperti tadi Bu Ranti 1, kemudian Ranti. Ya.
Mana itu ya? Aku lupa dia. Aduh.
Tadi udah. Nah ini udah nih. Sudah Bu Ranti.
Udah.
Sip. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
Pak Iman langsung mentransfer ke room 1.
Ya. Ibu Bapak ya, kami sedang proses mentransfer. Silahkan bagi yang sudah ada klik join, bagi yang sudah mulai dipindahkan klik join. Ibu Bapak silahkan klik join yang sudah ada pemberitahuan untuk breakout room, silahkan diklik join. Dicek di layar kalau udah ada pemberitahuan untuk breakout room, silahkan diklik join.
Belum ada.
Maaf Pak, yang nama saya roomnya di belakang nama Pak.
Baik Pak Karpi.
Ya.
Betul ya, mohon maaf Pak, mungkin
roomnya
bisa ditukar Pak, pesertanya diganti dengan room nomor roomnya saja. Bapak di room berapa?
Saya daftar di room 3.
Di room 3. Jadi pesertanya bisa dirubah dengan 3, dengan angka 3.
Tidak perlu pakai nama. Maksudnya nggak perlu pakai nama.
Nggak perlu pakai peserta Pak.
Ya.
Sudah Pak Karpin, sudah Pak, sudah 3 Pak Karpin.
Sudah ya, terima kasih ya.
Ya.
Tinggal nunggu dipindah ke room.
Iya, mohon maaf Pak, kalau silakan nggak kelihatan Pak.
Ya, sudah ada.
Ini aku
Bisa langsung masuk ya Mbak Neda.
Permisi Bu, saya daftar room 2 tapi ini di invite room 3 ya?
Oh gitu, Bapak ya Pak, sabar ya Pak, sebentar ya Pak.
Ya.
Silakan itu secara bertahap sudah mulai pindah klik.
Mohon maaf Ibu, saya daftar ke room 4, ini di invite di room 2. Terima kasih.
Iya baik Ibu. Mohon maaf Ibu sudah mengganti nama? Sudah merename nama Ibu?
Sudah saya beri nama 4. Ya.
Oke.
Terima kasih.
Baik, nanti akan dilihat kembali. Terima kasih.
Mbak Neda?
Iya, Ibu.
Saya belum dimasukkan ke room 3 ya?
Belum room 3. Bu Neneng udah rename belum Bu Neneng? Bu Neneng Pak. Udah, oke.
Udah.
Ya.
Terima kasih.
Makasih sama-sama Ibu. Pak Atep, Pak Atep.
Saya dari di invite-nya di room 4, harusnya room 3. Mintanya room 2.
Harusnya room 3. Harusnya room 2.
Ya, Bu.
Bagaimana Pak? Bapak seharusnya di room berapa?
Di room 2 yang PJJ di TK itu. Tapi
di room 2.
Makasih ya, Bu.
Baik, ya makasih. Halo Pak Yusuf.
Ya, Bu.
Pak Yusuf, maaf sudah di-rename Pak. Coba di-rename namanya dulu Pak.
Caranya yang diketik yang di chat itu, Bu ya?
Enggak, cara rename-nya itu yang di itu yang ada titik biru di atas. Nah, Bapak rename nama dari situ.
Saya coba, Bu.
Ibu Bapak yang belum rename terpaksa dari kami mungkin memindahkannya secara acak. Bagi yang belum diberikan rename nomor, maka kami memindahkannya secara acak.
Bisa lihat tema 3 nggak, Bu? Terima kasih.
Ibu Bapak silahkan, ini yang Bapak Heri Nugroho, Ibu Rahayu, Ibu Pina, Ibu Parian, silahkan klik join. Ibu Berliana, Ibu Parah, Ibu Nigusti, Ibu Aisyah, Ibu Basilus, Ibu Dea, silahkan klik join. Ibu Pak Ahmad, Ibu Suharti, Pak Ahmad Nugroho, Ibu Leni, Ibu Wahyu, silahkan klik join. Ibu Dian, Ibu Iim, Ibu Yusli, silahkan diklik rename. Kira-kira mau masuk ruang berapa? Ibu Emira, Ibu Erlina, Bapak Heru.
Mas Yogi.
Ya. Ya Bu. Ya.
Iya, ini saya dijoinkan di room 1, tapi kalau di rundown itu saya di room 4 ya.
Oh, room 4 siapa Bu? Di rename, Ibu udah rename 4 belum Bu?
Oh iya, baik.
Di rename dulu 4, nanti kami ini.
Hovifa ya.
Ya. Oh, Mbak Hopipah ya.
Maaf, saya juga harusnya room 2, tadi masuk room 4.
Oh iya. Mbak Hopipah masih mana?
Room 2 ya, yang saya juga.
Ya. Room 2. Ibu Leni Nuraini masih mana?
Iya. Iya.
Masih mana? Leni Nuraini. Room 2.
Room 2, iya. Saya room 2. Jangan di sini.
Halo. Halo, mohon bantuannya untuk saya dijadikan co-host karena mau jadi pemakalan.
Screen ya Pak. Oke, baik.
Mas Iman, saya masih di room 1, apa perlu live dulu ya?
Mbak Ovi, Mas Iman masih di room 1 katanya.
Mas Iman.
Sudah Pak Os.
Minta izin dibuat co-host saya biar bisa share.
Saya
sudah Pak Os, sudah Pak Heni, Pak Os, sudah silakan Mas.
Oke. Masuk lagi nih, gimana?
Ya.
Ya Pak Os, silakan masuk.
Klik lagi.
Pak.
Belum ada pemberitahuan ini.
Room 1 ya Pak.
Oh, Rahayu man.
Belum ini, belum bisa masuk room 1 ke room 4.
Paus ke room 4 masih man. Klik
Paus
join, Paus. Klik join.
Belum ada.
Oh. Nah.
Paus di bawah itu Paus, di bawah tombol ada tombol record Paus ya. Di sebelah tombol record ada breakout, klik breakout Paus.
Oke. Ya, sip.
Saya juga di 4, Iman.
Silakan Bu Mar. Silakan klik join.
Ya,
saya juga ya, Mas Iman ya. Saya breakout ya, Mas.
Nah, breakout Pak Heni.
Oke.
Mas Atep.
Oh. Ini pemakalah ini ya, pemakalah. Salah ya, harus pemakalah itu di itu ya. Ani Sapiter itu di mana sih room 1? Masih ada nggak di bawah? Room. Udah nggak ada.
Mohon izin di room nomor 2.
Ya, udah.
Sudah merename Pak?
Angga mohon izin di 2. Oh, sebentar.
Maaf, dengan Pak siapa?
Panitia.
Angga, Bu. Mohon maaf sebentar.
Angga.
Mana Pak Angga sebentar, Pak Angga. Iyalah. Silakan Pak Angga.
Itu Rinda yang sesuai.
Silakan klik join Pak Angga.
Veronica itu 4 Veronica Upi.
Saya di room 4.
Ahmad Upi nomor 0.
Halo.
Ya. Pak Muhammad Yakub mau ambil room berapa? Pak Omri Jawa, Ibu Malia Allah, Ibu Yunika.
Pak Yogi, Pak,
Ya.
selamat siang Pak. Saya sudah klik di room 4, Veronica.
Veronica.
Iya.
Mas Iman? Veronica Mas Iman.
Terima kasih, Pak.
Sama-sama, Ibu.
Ibu Veronica, maaf, Ibu di room 4.
Iya, sudah ketik di room 4, Pak. Terima
Oh ya,
kasih.
Ibu silakan klik join, Bu.
Sudah. Belum apa, Pak? Belum join.
Oh, di bawah, silakan join langsung, Bu. Di bawah tombol ada tombol record dan sebelah kanan ada tombol breakout.
Ya, sudah, tapi belum muncul untuk di join masuk dalam room, Pak.
Ibu sudah klik tombol breakout, ada breakout room di bawah, Ibu?
Iya, sudah.
Pak Yuli mau ambil room berapa? Pak Yuli?
Permisi, saya boleh minta dijadikan co-host?
Oh, siapa?
Nacep.
Bentar, Pak.
Terima kasih.
Ibu Mariana mau di room berapa? Ibu Sringatini mau di room berapa? Hah?
Ibu Alivia, Ibu Atika, Ibu Erlina, mohon maaf untuk mau join di kelompok berapa, Bu?
Bisa masuk, Pak. Dan di ruang
menggunakan metode research and development ketika
Ibu Lina, Pak.
penelitian dan di mana ada sekian langkah yang kita lakukan dari
Ya, Ibu Lina di
merumuskan konsep, kemudian uji
silakan klik join, Bu Lina.
review revisi dan sekarang mungkin tahapannya dalam seminar ini adalah tahapan publikasi.
Boleh di room 4, Pak?
Dan pada saat studi pendahuluan kami melakukan penelitian ini di 8 provinsi. Alhamdulillah walaupun situasi pandemik ya, kita bisa melakukan penelitian dengan menggunakan Google Form dan dibantu oleh beberapa enumerator di daerah.
Izin pindah di room 4, Pak?
Ibu Veronica, mohon diklik di bawah yang samping record, ada klik nggak? Coba klik di sana untuk klik room. Ibu Veronica?
Ya, Pak, maaf.
Di
Ya, Pak.
samping record, coba klik di bawah.
Record.
Ada
Oh, oke, Pak.
yang ada itu break room, ada nggak tampilan break room?
Iya, Pak, tunggu, Pak ya.
Editor.
Sementara. Oh, Pak.
Pak Yakub mau di ruang berapa?
Anu, Pak, SMA kalau bisa.
Hah?
Khususnya di kelas di
SMA, Pak, SMA.
SMA.
Ya, kebetulan saya guru SMA, Pak, jadi salah masuk tadi.
Intinya
Kalau bisa.
seperti ini yang kami dapatkan bahwa ini menarik penelitian kami. Bapak Ibu bisa melihat zona merahnya gitu, merah dan kuning.
3 jam SMA.
Kemampuan
Bisa ya, Pak?
membaca
Ya, nanti ada beberapa yang paparan SMA di room 3, Pak.
Oh, iya,
Campuran sih, Pak, ini perjenjangnya.
kelas 2 dan kelas 3 bahkan masih ada. Ini kelas 1 itu ada anak yang tidak lancar dan kurang lancar, ini yang tidak lancar.
Ibu Lina, mohon maaf, mau ikut di kelompok apa, Bu?
Gimana aja, sok silakan, Pak.
Oh,
Yang untuk
Ibu
SMA.
tuh SMA ya?
SMA, mohon.
Ini aja, Bu ya.
Ya,
Pak Rahmat, kalau SMA kebanyakan kelompok 3. Pak Giri, Ibu Dwi, mohon maaf.
Saya Rahmat, Pak. Mereka
Ya, kelompok 4, Yani Ibu Yani Handayani, Ibu udah di grup 4, Bu ya?
Bisa baca. Dan ini terjadi ketika kami split.
Nanti saya pindahkan, Bu ya.
Di sana di
Pak Yakub udah di
Udah.
itu belum? Udah dipindahin belum?
Udah.
Pak Yakub silakan klik join.
Bisa 6 orang lagi. Paroli mau di mana, Paroli?
Ini pindah-pindah aja.
Bisa, Pak, diulang kembali anunya, joinnya, karena saya masih di ruang 4 ini saya lihat.
Pak di bawah, Bapak di mana, Pak? Di ruang 4.
itu
Ya, masih di ruang 4 ini, Pak. Saya lihat.
bisa membaca gitu.
Ya, Muhammad Yakub. Kalau bisa pindah ke ya banyak SMA-nya.
Para guru dan para orang tua. Kemudian juga hasil penelitian kami.
Yakub. Kok nggak ada kayak
Ya. Siapa lagi Mas?
Bapak, tadi saya salah room Pak, saya harusnya room 4.
Ibu siapa?
Rahayu Pak.
Rahayu Mas Iman.
Rahayu. Ibu tadi di room berapa, Bu?
Room 1.
Oh, Bu room 1.
Sekarang mau room 4.
Baik, Bu.
Ya, makasih ya Pak.
Nanti di rename ya, Bu?
Udah Pak, udah di rename.
Enggak, di rename lagi dengan nomor 4.
Sudah Pak.
Udah.
Oh, Mas. Ya, silakan kerjain. Mbak Nina.
Pak Edwin, room berapa?
Saya tadi diundang di room 3, saya ternyata untuk SMA. Saya maunya gabung di room yang berkaitan dengan materi SD, Bu. SD. Ya, saya tadi gabung di room 3. Materinya tentang SMA.
Ini dicampur sih Pak, bukan per jenjang.
Yang berkaitan materinya dengan
room 4 cabang sini.
Pak Erwin ya?
Iya, Pak Erwin room 4.
Mas Iman.
Ya, Mbak Nina.
Mas Iman, itu yang di webinar yang di YouTube-nya, itu malah ngedengerin itu loh, panitia pada ngobrol, jadi nggak nyaman banget. Bisa
nanti
dialihkan ke room atau enggak, gimana gitu?
Oh, yang